Behind every crime lies a story waiting to be uncovered, from chilling mysteries to untold truth. This is where the darkness comes to light.
Boom buzz lights up the air, faces tense as stories tear, truth and lies like a tango dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes, stand shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. Hi. Welcome in, everybody. It's all right. Lois. Good morning, my friend. Hello. Good morning, Susie. Good morning, Pickles. Paula. Good morning. And hello, William. Hello, everybody. Good morning. It is Monday. It does feels like a Monday. I hope everyone is well today. I've had a good morning at work. I literally had it was a good day. I got my stuff done. You guys can hear me, yeah? I got all my stuff done on time and everything, and I left. That's fine. It was Mondays, only 2 more days to go on this week on work, so which is good. My boss was in this morning. It feels better. I feel better. We both apologize because things got heated last week, and but let's not talk about that. We don't need to talk about work. We're here to talk about court and all my days. There is a lot going on, both in the UK, in court wise, and both in the US court. So, I've been following this. I've been following this case. I'm following 500 cases at one time. Oh, I forgot to do the spreadsheet. Okay, I'll do it tonight. No worries. So, I'm following this case in the UK, right? We can start talking about him. Good morning, Stephanie. Hello, my friend. Good morning. Actually, Paula, you have a new icon. See, I remember that today you did say that Monday you would have a new icon, and you do have a new icon. So thank you very much for the support, friends. So before we talk about the weekend and we talk about how the weekend was and all the craziness that was Wendy's, my experience on Wendy's, if we haven't watched the video yet for members that was out, I did a video about my trip to Wendy's, but we'll get to that. So, hey, you are. That is awesome, my friend. That is very, very, very awesome. Let me change my where I am on the screen, because if I put people's comments, it will get on top of me, and that's um. So, uh, what was that? Oh, good. Cases. So there is a case, right? That is an American case, but the woman fled to the UK, tried to get away from the charges and everything. So she is being charged in the US for the unaliving, but she was in the UK, so she had an extradition hearing in the UK to know if she was going to be sent back or not to the US to face charges there. And she lost. The UK court has said that she has to go back eventually, but we haven't heard anything about that case. So I just called the court this morning, the UK court, to see if there was any update on this case. And I was just asking like about more information, if they have any documents that they can give me and everything. And I'm waiting on a response. Probably they're gonna say no, because they are a little bit uptight here, but it can't hurt to get it, because the extradition hearing was in January, and we are literally at the end of March, beginning of April, and we haven't heard if she's in the UK, if she's in the US, because all the information I found on the US side was a juvenile case. And she's not a juvenile, she's a 36-year-old woman that is being charged. but in the it's we're talking about Colorado here, and on the Colorado docket, it only shows up as a juvenile case, which is very weird attached to her name. So we just yeah, it's okay. So trying to figure it out that case, and then I was doing some research because guys, you know what today is. Today the jury selection for Lori Dingbell starts, and I've been watching every video that I can about this case to get myself familiarized with the case and to know it, because we're going to be covering in here in this channel. And I've got some new information that I did not know, that apparently the court is going to be on a half an hour delay, which is not awesome, but you know, it is what it is. Um we gotta do it, we gotta do it, but we still gonna follow. And I was converting the times to know how my life is gonna be looking like when the trial is ongoing, which is actually not too bad because the court is only gonna be from Monday to Thursdays, so there's not going to be any Fridays, so court is not going to be on Fridays. And oh, it's Stephanie. No. Oh, well, I can entertain you with my ugly voice. But enjoy lurking. I hope you get everything accomplished today that you need to. Um, so court is only going to be Monday to Thursdays, and it's going to start at half 10 o'clock in the morning to 4 p.m. or half 4 p.m. Obviously, this is all Arizona time, which, well, I haven't converted to Eastern, but probably you guys can help me out because I need to do that because half of you I've converted to my time zone but not to Eastern time. So I use this website to convert the times. Where is it? I don't want to stopwatch. Uh, hang on. My computer is not working half of the times today. It's like me, not wanting to work. So we'll get on that case in a second. But time zones converter. I am not offline, so I want from let's put Tampa because oh come on, this the uh, half of the cities. Oh, I'm not offline. All right, never mind. Who is an expert on time zones? Because I need an expert on time zones to be able to do it. We're in East Idaho news. Oh, what's his name? Why is it all in only Elon Musk names coming up to my mind right now? Neaton something or other. I forget his name. I feel bad because he's actually quite a good reporter, and he is gonna be in the courts, and he's been following Nate Eaton. That's it. That's it. Why did I my head was going to Elon Musk? I don't know why. Just ignore me in names. That's him. That was him that I heard that the court was gonna be delayed. So I kind of like trust him. That is a good source of information because you know I don't know. I think that is good. So that's where I heard my information, and obviously I'm gonna try to get more confirmations, but at least I think that one it's a pretty reliable one. Um uh it's okay, Pickles. By the way, thank you very much for ordering it. I am gonna be working on your order tonight. I am so excited that we are able to start doing like things for the channel. We've launched, you know, the resin prints things. I have started kind of selling through the channel, and maybe by the end of this week some merch is going to be launching, or early next week. I am just waiting on samples of the merch to come for me to try it to make sure that the quality is good. So yeah, um probably Lois. I don't know. I honestly don't know why I was confusing the name of them two. I know it's completely two different people and they don't really look alike really. So Yeah, I don't know. So I need, right, I need to convert Arizona time to Eastern time. So let me just try one thing. 10:30 a.m. Arizona to Eastern. So it's a half one. So okay, because I'm gonna need 1:30 p.m. Eastern. So and then I need 4 p.m. Arizona time to Eastern. That's 7 p.m. Okay. All right. So it is a 30-minute delay. So if court is starting at 10, half 10 in the morning Arizona time, so technically starts at 11 Arizona time. So which would be 2 p.m. Eastern. Court is starting to 7:38 p.m. Eastern. The court finishes. So, oh, that's all right. No, am I very comical, Paul? I'm like, I'm already spitting enough as it is. Imagine like at 1.5. That's 1.75. Oh, that's even more hilarious. So yeah, so time zones. If you are in Eastern time, court with Lori Daybell, which is gonna start at 2 p.m. and as finish around half 7 to 8 p.m. Eastern. If you are in the UK, like me, it's gonna be an awesome, interesting time because course is gonna start at 7 p.m. my time and finishing between half 12 to 1 a.m. o'clock in the morning. So that should be interesting. It is gonna be. What comment, Zizzy? The 30-minute delay of Lori or what comment? I mean, I'm gonna post these times on the community post once I am also gonna include that's Eastern. Uh, well, you're probably gonna kill me. Which time zone is Texas in? Is it Mountain or Central? Because if you could clarify, because then I could put the three time zones, the core time zones, Texas, because like Central, I think that's area, and then I have Eastern and then UK time. Um, yeah, so people know exactly what time it started because it is gonna be a crazy trial. Oh, this one, this one, this comment or a 30-minute delay one. I don't know. I just pinned the comment. I am a very obedient girl, and I will pin what comment Zizzy tells me to comment to pin. So I obey. So so it's gonna be an interesting trial. Jury selection is supposed to start today, so we'll see how long that will take. I mean, we are gonna be following that very closely. I've got my phone. Oh, is it? Right, so I don't trust that guy anymore then. Because I thought it was that, Zizzy, right? I thought it was 1 to 2 minutes delay, which is the normal that we have on a court, right? Now, that is fine. But he said on a video, and I can show you, and I don't know if he's gonna strike me with a copyright, but I can send you. See, I need, because I just literally saw a video from him. How long ago was the video from? Hang on, let me go have a look at my history, because I literally just saw a video because I've been, like I said, I've been updating myself on things that has been happening on that case, on the Lori Vallow case and other cases as well, and he literally just said, I think it was this one or that one, not that one. So this one was literally 6 hours ago that he said about the timings. So, oh, you can't. Oh no, 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 no! You can't mods comp in. Sorry, yeah, Paulo. Mods comp in is just yeah, creators, admins for the channel. So basically me. Sorry. So I know it is very rude, isn't it? That's YouTube. You have to take it up with the YouTube, Paula. No, it's not. It's not a me thing. It's a YouTube thing. Um, but yeah. So well, I need to figure out if there's a delay or not. I need to get a more credible source than apparently for the Lori Vallow case, because yeah. But no matter what, it's if it is right on time and 1 or 2 minutes delay, it's like if court starts at 10:30 in the morning in Arizona time, that's 1:30 Eastern, and then finishing it's gonna be about 7 p.m. 7:30 sorry, yes, 7 p.m. 7:30 p.m. Eastern. The court is going to be on Eastern time, but if it is for UK time, it's going to start about 6:30 in the evening and finish around 12 12. Yeah, 12 12 in the morning for UK peeps. Which would be good because if it would finish about 12 o'clock to midnight, I could still have a good 3 hours of sleep before I have to go to work, and then my sleep schedule wouldn't be that wonky. But I've got that figured it out anyway, because I'm gonna be living for about a week's about the time of this trial. I think they said it was gonna be about 6 weeks. The time of this trial, I'm gonna be living in Arizona time somehow. So, Paula, you just gave me an idea. I am such a dum dum. I couldn't have done that in a very long time. I can create. You know my love for spreadsheets. I love a good spreadsheet. I have about 500 spreadsheets. I'm not even exaggerating. Um, so I couldn't have done that. I honestly I don't know what I would be without you guys. I would literally be nothing. I can create a spreadsheet with the time zone spreadsheet. Because now we are on the correct time zones because we just changed our times this weekend. So now we are correct in the 5 hour difference for Eastern, 6 hours for Central, 7 hours for Mountain, and 8 hours for Pacific. Of time zones, because with the spreadsheet, because so finally now I can do that and things are back to normal. I know the times, I know where I'm doing, and I know what time is in the US. Depends on the court that we are doing, and I don't have to keep asking what time is it to you guys, so you guys can let me know. But so I'm gonna investigate this more of the Lori Vallow Daybell thing. Um, yes, it is a 2:15 for me. It is. Paula, well done. Yes, see? It is 2:15 in the afternoon. So now my 2 o'clock, it's your 9 a.m. time in Eastern, 8 a.m. Central, and then all the other times. So now I know. No, my head already knows what time it is. So 8 a.m. for you, 8:15. Yes. Because you're Central. Yes. See? I know. Uh-huh. See, I'm getting the time zones. The time zones are okay in my head. It's just now because you guys change and we didn't until last week, this weekend. So my head was absolutely a mess and a confusion of things up here. So that is the two updates so far. I have posted a video. Yes. Ooh, put the names of where you guys are. Yeah. Put names YT next to the time zone, so then I know where you guys are next to time zone. That's Paula. I did not need anything else to do because I've already got enough on my plate, but I don't mind having to do another spreadsheet, and that's gonna be amazing. That's gonna be cool. Hi, Roba! Yay! Okay, all right. See you very very soon, Roba. You can help me. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is because you are in Eastern. New Jersey time, so it's Eastern. It's 5 hours difference now. See, but yeah. So I've updated a case that I've been following. Me and Zio, one of our lovely mods and friends of the channel, a very good friend of mine, that we actually started this case together because it happened in December. So it was about this pizza delivery girl that poked this random woman that she had delivered some pizza to, and she gave her a $2 tip. So there's been a lot of updates on that case, which me and Zio, we got together yesterday morning my time, and uh, yesterday morning my time, very early mornings for her, I think, and we did a video updated on that because that case, she might go to trial in June, and we're gonna be following that trial here because I'm not saying she pleading to anything, because now she has a co-conspirator. So there's a lot of updates. So make sure that you check it out. The video, it is on the channel right now. I've posted like a couple of hours ago, I think. So yeah, so that was another update case. The Irish um yeah, I can, but it makes the computer a bit slow. I try to do that, but I love a good spreadsheet, Zizi. I don't mind. I love doing a spreadsheet, but yeah, like that's a great idea. The location to the computer, but I think I eventually I'm gonna need another computer because this one is getting very slow and very. It doesn't handle what I want to do with the channel, so it's trying. So I'm gonna have to thinking about other machine, but that's a me problem. It's not a problem. Well, it is a me problem, but it's not a channel problem. So, yeah, I'm gonna try to that up. But talking about the case that Zizi was asking earlier, and I did see your comment, my friend, about the Irish trial. I thought there would gonna be more videos on it, but there isn't. So I'm gonna have to create my own and try to gather some information and some footage of that case. But there isn't an update per se. The case is still not gone on trial. I have reached out. Oh, oh, work is always getting in the way, Paula. Like, oh, not good. Hey, Pickles, my friend. Hello, hello. Hello. Good, so good to see you, my friend, and every single one of you. So yeah, so that case, the Stephen McCullough case, it's our from Northern Ireland, and it's a case of a YouTuber. He is a YouTuber, or was a YouTuber. He's not a YouTuber anymore. That got arrested, for he got arrested for unaliving his fiance, Natalie McNally, and she was pregnant at the time, and apparently Stephen was not happy with that. He was not ready for settling down. He was not ready for that. So he decided that the best thing that he was gonna do was gonna do unalive her. But he had the best excuse, or he thought he had the best alibi that someone could have. So he pre-recorded a 6-hour live stream, right, for YouTube, pretending that he was doing what he did. Yes, definitely. So he pretended that he was interacting with people, seeing people's comments. Like, he pre-recorded a 6-hour live stream to play Stephen McCullough. I will write on the. No, not Stearns. Stearns is in progress. Let me see if because I had the. No, I have the court's name. Hang on. Sorry, because I was working. I'm trying to spell it on. I never can spell his name. Irish names is always so hard. Ah, come on. There we go. Because Irish names is from like 6 hours away from me, so his name is Stephen McCullough. You can Google him or YouTube him. You're not gonna get to the live stream or anything, but literally, like I was saying, is he he pretended to create a life of a 6 hour difference. Yeah, exactly. That was a live stream of Steven. So you pretended to create a 6 hour live stream, right, to be played, and pretend that he was engaging with his audience and talking to people and doing what he did. I think was playing video games. I'm not 100% sure. Don't quote me on that. But he pretended to do that at the 6 hour live stream. But while that he was live streaming, right? Because it was just like a premiere of a live stream, because you can do that on YouTube. He went and he unalived his fiance, right? And but police did not catch him straight away because he always said, "I was live on YouTube," and they had the proof he was live. But then, upon further investigation and more like experts, in trying to investigate the live streams and everything, it was found that actually he wasn't live streaming. He was a fake live streaming because things were off, certain things were off, and then they asked the data to YouTube to actually prove that it was a proper live stream and not a video that was being live streamed as a premiere type thing, and he got found out that was not a live stream indeed. So there was a warrant for his arrest. He got arrested, and then was he got arrested, and now he's going to go on trial for the unaliving of his fiancee Natalie McNally in beginning of May. So he got denied bail. Nah, Garden Bot is very safe. It is very, very tricky of him, indeed. I mean, the planning that took, it was absolutely insane. All for Garden to have ideas, yeah. Nah, but I think Garden likes me enough not to do that. So, but so the trickness of it all, it like literally intrigued, and the fact that it's literally 6 hours away from me, I am even more. I just want to go there. It's like it's literally in Belfast, Crown Court. It's 6 hours out of me, literally. So I am trying to work on a way that I can go to court there. And but then the thing is, if I go to court there, I either have to take a week out of streaming for me to be able to go into court, or I'm gonna have to talk to Gardenbot to cover the channel. I'm gonna have to talk with somebody, a friend of the channel, to cover the thing, because if we are in the middle of a trial, I want the trial to carry on, because I'm not gonna be able to live stream from the UK court. I'm gonna be able to talk afterwards, but not live streaming because it's UK. It's so it is a lot, but also there's also another front that I'm working. So in the UK, big cases, like for example, there was the Lucy Letby case. There was literally a court reporter in the court live tweeting or live reporting from the court. Literally, there is a play by play of what's happening in court. So, what I could do as well could be just compile all of that information into a video and do a case overview like that. But that's still live tweeting, yes. Yeah, that is legal. They can do that from the court, live tweeting. They can do that because if you are media in the UK, you can go to court with your laptop and being live tweeting and writing things on your laptop and being, but you have to be media. And one thing is, as me as a content creator or a YouTuber, they still don't consider that as media. You have to be affiliated with someone that is an actual media, like a news station, to be able to can be considered media. Even independent media that you can be, you have to have proof of an article that you have written to one of those big names of news stations to prove that you are affiliated with them and that you are media. After that, you can just grab your pass and then you just need one article. That's it. and then you can prove that you've done, and then you can be considered media. It's just the fact to get you to do that one article, that is a hard thing to do, because as soon as I'm able to do that, I can get my media pass and be media in the UK, and then I can get more access to court in UK. I can go to a UK court with my laptop and being there writing down everything that the judge is saying, the defense is saying, and everyone is saying. I can literally be doing that. But it's just until I get my first article written that I can't do that. So I'm actually sending an email to someone that I met on Sky News about that. Like, I want to be involved in this case. I can make it a smaller article about it, because I'm a YouTuber. I have a different perspective, and I know how like live stream works and everything that does, and all of that process. Kind of give my insight into that. So I'm still waiting on their reply. She said that might be. I've already had one back, but we've just been going, back and forth and everything and talking. And she said that might be a possibility. She just needs to see that if that case is going to have a big audience, which I think it is. Because if you put a headline of YouTuber fakes live stream to unalive someone, I think that's a pretty catchy and a pretty money grabby. It's not clickbait, but proper title type thing, if you know what I mean. So I'm hoping that would work, because otherwise I don't know if the other way is me going to Northern Ireland and being in court, and but that will be my expense of doing it, to have to take time from work, my job, the Tesco thing. The Tesco. Well, I've said where I work. Oh well, the supermarket thing. And then having to go there. Place to stay. I do have someone that is in the area that I know, that is in the area of the court. So place to stay probably wouldn't be that expensive, but it would be just that week. I'm very considering doing it, but I'm gonna have to go. If I go, I'm gonna have to go without garden bot. Because first someone needs to look after the channel if I do go, or second, it needs to work as well, because it's the highest of the season for him, and we need to figure it out. So I don't know. I don't know. Basically, all of this is to say I don't know what to do. Right? I want to go and cover this case, but then I don't want to be a week separated from GardenBot. That would not be a good week. I would literally hate that week. But then it's just, if we both go, it's a lot of money that he loses. So it's just the whole thing. So we need to proper talk and proper discuss that case. But it's going to be pretty interesting. Definitely, for sure, it's going to be pretty interesting. Okay, I think that's the most I think I had to update. I've talked about the Colorado case, about Lori, that I still need to figure it out. Pickles, do you want me to call you the phone that is ringing, and I'll just stay on the phone forever? I can do that. um, I can always call, and it's like saying that I have a million questions about it, and then yeah, that would be it. We could definitely do that. That can be arranged, friend, for sure. So yeah, so now, oh, good morning, Rubber. Oh, that is much appreciated, Rubber. I might have to keep you on the. Ugh. I can say I don't speak. I don't know you. First of all, I don't know you, Pickles. Wink, wink. I would wink, but I don't know how to wink. So let's not talk about that. I could just inquire about everything. I can go into the website of your company and just inquire about every single thing. And believe me, I can make conversation. I mean, I entertain you guys for a lot. Well, most of the time is the court entertaining you, and me just doing funny remarks about it, but you know what I mean. So I can always keep saying stuff. I always will find something to say and to talk about. I was gonna say. Oh, I was gonna say. Let's get cracking into our trial. So the trial that we are covering today, it's not a normal trial that we cover in the channel. Um in the channel, because it's a trial that court TV, sometimes there's some cases that they decide that they're just gonna show snippets of it, so like little bits here, little bits there, openings, closings, just small things. And sometimes it's very interesting cases. And at the time that this case was going, we were covering, I think, was Stacey Rodriguez case, so not too long ago. But it was from Texas, Houston. So it is called Benajmin Elliott. It was 17 years, well, it still is 17. I think he's now 18, but at the time that this occurred in 2021, it was 17. So basically, the snippets is a Texas man who told police he was sleepwalking when he poked his twin sister to unaliving, is going on trial for her unaliving. So the case is Benajmin Elliott was 17 years old when he stabbed Meghan Elliott in her bed in the early morning hours of September 29th, 2021. He's facing up to 99 years in prison, and the judge. Okay, that is not the case overview. That is the trial overview. And so basically, he said that he unalived his sister because he was sleepwalking. Okay, so the whole trial, that was his defense for the trial. He says that it was not his fault because he was sleepwalking. During the trial, there was a lot of inconsistencies. Yeah, exactly. So he was asleep when he poked his sister with the pokey device, but yet had the opportunity, and we're gonna see a lot of that information, to call 911. And there is also some body camera that got seen when he was giving chest compressions to his sister. But let's start. So, like I said, there is gonna be a bit of misinformation, like not misinformation, not a lot of information, because to the fact that this was done court TV style when it was just as a few videos here and there. So I'm gonna start. The sound also is not the greatest, so bear with me. It is very wild case. I would have loved covering this gavel to gavel, but one, we were in the middle of a trial, and two, was court TV style. So I like to say that, court TV style. So let's adjust myself on the screen, and I'm gonna swap places. Oh no, no. Sorry, me pressing the wrong buttons. There we go. Let's start it.
Meghan Elliott goes to bed in her home where she lives with her two parents and her twin brother, Benajmin Elliott. They're both 17 at the time. Meghan lives on the side of the house with Benjamin in their own rooms, separated by a hallway. Meghan Elliott falls asleep on September 28th of 2021. Her last memory is being ripped out of her sleep, her brother standing over her, a knife plunged in her neck, and a pillow over her face. Like Meghan, we don't know what motivated Benajmin Elliott to stab his own twin sister in the neck. But what we do know is that he calls 911 at 4:41. Hello? Hello? My name is Benajmin Elliot. I just killed my sister. Hello? Dispatch. Do you need medical? What's happening? Is she awake? Is she breathing? I just killed my sister. I stabbed her with a knife. He's whispering. But to understand the context of that 911 call, you have to understand a couple things about sleepwalking. Get ready to write these down, because you're going to want to look back at them when you hear testimony and evidence here in a bit. When a person sleepwalks, sleepwalking occurs in their third sleep cycle. There are 4 core principles about sleepwalking, and you will hear testimony about these 4 core principles. And when you hear the defendant's statement, you're going to want to refer to these 4 core principles. Number 1, you have no short-term memory if you're sleepwalking. The prefrontal cortex of your brain is turned off. You don't have memories from the moments leading up to sleepwalking. You don't have a memory of the episode itself. Number 2, you're not dreaming. You can't, because the prefrontal cortex in your brain is switched off. Number 3, provocation and proximity. Provocation and proximity. Violence in cases of sleepwalking is generally documented to occur when the individual who is sleepwalking is contacted by another person, maybe trying to wake them, restrained by another person to prevent them from going anywhere, and then the person sleepwalking lashes out in violence. And you'll see why that's important here in a moment. And your final principle, confusion upon arousal, disorientation, not knowing how you got somewhere, not knowing where you are sometimes. So let's go back to that 911 call, because we know that 911 call happens at 4:41 a.m. Officers arrive on scene 10 minutes later. The defendant is doing CPR, but patrol officers notice that the blood under Meghan Elliott's body is coagulating. She's pale. She's cold. Her lips are turning blue. The officers know that the defendant called 911 at 4:41. The only person that knows when the offense occurred is the defendant.
So the prosecutor suggesting right here to this jury that some time when he stabbed his
Call 911 is his cell phone. And you're about to learn some interesting thing about cell phones. Cell phone evidence is obtained when a digital download or re-imaging of the contents of your cell phone occurs. For example, it reports data like when you unlock it. It reports data like when your display turns on or off. It reports data like when you lock it. And if you have the health app activated, it records your steps and about how far you went with the phone. It also tells us what you search on the internet. It also tells us what you're watching. And it certainly tells us if you're awake on your cell phone. See, what we do know is that the defendant is on his cell phone watching YouTube videos and searching and browsing Reddit throughout the night. What we do know is that at 4 o'clock, we start seeing him lock and unlock the device more often. What we do know is that at 4:06, he unplugs the device. What we do know is that at 4:08, he takes about 8 steps for 18 feet. And then at 4:17, the device is locked. You're gonna wanna write 4:17 down. At 4:17, the device is locked, and that device is not unlocked again until 4:41 when he calls 911. When the Sheriff's Office Homicide Division shows up at the scene, they do what any other homicide investigator would do. They want to talk to the witnesses. So they attempt to interview the defendant's parents who are on scene. But there's a lawyer there who tells them, we'll sit down with you, but just not right now. Recognizably, it's not the right time. But also tells them, if you want to search this house, you need to get a search warrant. And so they did. And we recover the knife, and we recover his cell phone, and the crime scene unit documents the scene. The defendant is interviewed by Deputy Munoz at the Sheriff's Office Homicide Division. Deputy Munoz walks into the room, sits him down, and says, I just want to know what happened that day. Put me in your shoes and explain to me. What happened? Well, the defendant says he went to sleep around 2:30, 3 o'clock. Cell phone evidence says that the phone is active until 4:17 a.m. He says that he remembers the feeling of stabbing something, and he demonstrates it to Deputy Munoz. When Deputy Munoz asks him, well, how do you know what it feels like to stab something? And he pauses, and he's thinking about it. And then he says, well, I remember it felt like my knife went into something, and then I heard a noise, and then he tells 3 different versions that he grabbed the pillow and applied pressure to her neck, that he first turned the light on, saw what was happening, and then applied pressure. He turned the light on, he saw what was happening, applied pressure, immediately called 911. And you'll see his demeanor in the interview. What we know is that the defendant is intelligent. He's 17 at the time, but he's intelligent. And Deputy Munoz asked him questions. Have you ever been diagnosed with any mental health issues? No, but my sister has. Have you ever SleepWalked before? Your parents told you anything about it? No. Well, there was this one time, but no. I guess I don't wake up with a loot of treasure on my bed. But I've never put a camera in my room to see. Oh, did you take any medication that day? Well, I took some over-the-counter cold medicine, but that was way earlier in the day. And then he starts asking him about his education. How are you doing in school? And the defendant's like, well, you know, the plan is to take the SAT on Saturday. And they start discussing the date. And then Deputy Munoz redirects his attention. Let's talk about what happened then. See, the defendant's cell phone is an iPhone 6. At the time, iPhone 6 did not have Face ID. It had fingerprint identification to unlock your device, and it had passcodes. You could enter a passcode. The defendant has an alphanumeric passcode on his cell phone, which means it's both numbers and numerals. So, Deputy Munoz gets consent to search the defendant's cell phone. Later down the road, he writes a search warrant and searches it again. And then we find out when he's unlocking that device, when he's browsing, when he's taking steps, and when he's unplugging it, plugging it in, and he walks to the crime scene, the inside of that home. At the end of the interview, Deputy Munoz comes in and he tells me, sorry to tell you this, but Meghan has succumbed to her injuries. She's passed away. And the defendant says, Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Elliott.
All right, so that was the um oh, okay, fair enough. It's okay. I'm gonna have to try to turn that off, Pickles. So yeah, I know. I'm so sorry, my friend. So that was the prosecution openings for the case. Sorry, I need an extra window because I'm struggling only having a couple windows open, trying to reduce the amount of backwards and forwards that I go with my head, but I can't. Not today. So that the defense waived at that time doing some openings for the case. So what I'm gonna do now is play the next video, which is gonna be the body camera. So it's gonna be a video showing Benajmin Elliot giving her his sister that was already passing away chest compressions. So it's a body camera footage, so just be careful that if you are sensitive, just look away maybe for a minute or two. But yeah, oh no, I've pressed the wrong button again. Oh my days, what am I doing? But this is what I would say. It's the case is gonna be like this. There's not much more information, but we're gonna watch all the videos that the Court TV has, and then we're gonna do our conclusions and see the verdict of the case. So we'll share this one, close that, put that one there. So yeah, I know we will give the bot a timeout next. So again, this is the body video footage where Elliot is giving chest compressions to his sister.
What is the address of the emergency? What's the phone number you're calling from? And your name? Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, tell me what your name is. Okay, tell me exactly what happened.
I thought it was a dream. I took my wife and stabbed her and it was a dream.
Okay, we're getting help to you, okay?
I'm sorry. I don't want anybody.
Okay, are you with her now?
Yeah.
How old is she?
17 or 12.
Okay, is she awake?
No.
Okay, I need you to look at her right now. Is she awake?
Yes. She's got and it's like 1 to 5 seconds.
Okay.
Thank you so much for that.
We're gonna have help on the way to you, okay? Stand on the line with me. When did this happen?
Just now.
Okay.
As soon as I realized what happened, I went in my room and got my phone.
Okay, is there any serious bleeding?
Yes. I said to her neck, it's pretty bleeding. It's so much
Listen, is she completely alert?
No. Well, she was barely alive.
Okay. Okay, listen, is there more than one room?
I don't think so.
Okay, listen, the paramedics are on the way. Stay on the line and I'll tell you exactly what to do next, okay? Okay, is the knife still in her neck or no?
No.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay, listen, I'm going to tell you how to stop the bleeding and listen carefully to make sure that we do it right. I need you to clip you right off your towel and tell me when you have it.
Grab a towel?
Yes, I need you to grab a towel. Okay, place it right on the wound and press down firmly and don't lift up to look.
Okay.
Okay, without lifting the towel, please tell me if the bleeding is under control.
I don't know. It's all bad. I can't tell.
Okay, just press the towel firmly on her neck where she's bleeding, okay, and don't lift up to look. Is the blood going through the towel or is it controlled?
She's bleeding better.
Okay.
Okay,
Is it still raining off?
she's barely alive. No, she's completely unresponsive.
Okay, so she's not awake now.
No.
Okay. Alright, listen, are you right by her now?
Yeah.
Okay, listen carefully. I want you to lay her flat on her back and remove anything under her head.
Okay. I'll put you on speaker.
Okay.
There's a lot of you down here.
Okay, now place your hand on her forehead and your other hand under her neck, then tilt her head back.
Back?
Yes. We gotta open up her airway as much as we can until they get there. Now look at her very carefully. Can you see her hearing breathing?
Yes. She's breathing.
Okay.
Very, very slowly and right.
Okay. Now we're gonna do a quick breathing test on her. I want you to say now every single time she takes a breath in, starting immediately.
Okay.
Okay, is she breathing at all? Hello? Keep doing those compressions, okay? And do not stop. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Deputy Banks, we heard an address of in Katy, Texas with a zip code of 77449 given over the 911 call. Is that the address you were dispatched to?
Yes, ma'am.
Where's my brother? That's okay. Yeah, we need a call from one of us. Need to see girl. Call
Deputy Parker, you're inside of this room. Who is this other deputy that we see in State's Exhibit number 5?
It's Deputy Adrian Banks.
And do you remain in that room with Deputy Banks until EMS arrives?
I do.
Do you observe the defendant doing chest compressions until that point?
I do.
Why did you not intervene and take the defendant into custody immediately?
Given the facts and circumstances of what we knew at the time, what we could observe,
He was doing a pretty good job at trying to revive the victim. We're there to preserve life, and I think that any interruption of that would have been counter to what we're supposed to be doing and preserving life. So we let him continue. If he was doing it wrong, we would have intervened.
So I'm going to move forward a little bit here. At some point, you do take the defendant into custody, right?
Yes, sir.
No, you need to hear that,
Clear your liver real quick, and then I go double knock this. Put this way, sir. I'll read I'll ask him about 17-year-old. What happened, sir? It was a dream, and then I like it was yeah, I do. I do. If you want to walk with me real quick. Yeah, well, come on, guys. Go this way. Right here. I don't know. What's your name? I'm sorry? Benjamin, I'm Deputy Parker. You're going to be in my character's own custody right now. So, things play out, right? I'll treat you with respect and you stand to me, fair enough?
Pausing State's Exhibit number 5 at the 4 a.m. 59-minute 4-second mark. Deputy Parker, towards the end there, as you were walking the defendant out, you were trying to tell him you would treat him with respect and asked him if he would do the same to you.
Correct.
What was his response?
I believe it was, I don't deserve respect. I just killed my sister.
My goodness.
All right, so that was the the body camera that we saw him doing the CPR in the sister. I don't think she was with us anymore at the time that he was doing the CPR, but at least I don't know. It was just a whole yeah, that is. And to be fair, like I said, there is not a lot of videos about this case, but what there is now from our standpoint, this is where basically we have the prosecution rests in the case. But don't worry, we're gonna have the closing statements, which they go through the whole case, and that gives us a pretty better view of all the sleepwalking experts that the prosecution did brought into that. So the next video that we're gonna watch is still the prosecution's case, but it is the dad testifying. He took the stand on both the defense and both the prosecution side of things. So now we're gonna listen to the dad's testimony on the prosecution's side of things. Sorry, they were talking with me. Oh, and I pressed the wrong button. I think I need to do something that says I pressed the wrong button, because I do that more often than not.
Please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter.
Okay, my name is Michael Elliott. It's Michael Elliott.
And Mr. Elliott, my name is Meghan Long, and I'm a prosecutor with the Harris County District Attorney's Office. And I want to start by saying I'm sorry for the loss of your daughter. And there is something that we are required to do, which is identify the individual who was killed. And so, Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may, please.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 75. This is a photo taken from an autopsy with ML4 ML 214607. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 75. If you could just take a look at State's Exhibit 75 and tell me if this is your daughter, Meghan Elliott.
Yeah, that's Megan.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Elliott,
Yeah,
Megan was your daughter, is that right?
yes.
Prior to today, have you spoken to either one of the prosecutors on this case?
Prior to today, no.
On September 29th of 2021, were you ever asked for consent to allow the police to search your house?
I want to say, I don't believe we were asked specifically for consent, but we had an attorney who was representing us, who we had actually on the phone and was on the way to the house and arrived several minutes later, who told the police for us that they weren't allowed to search the house.
When this incident occurred, how do you feel like the police treated you that day?
I thought, I'm trying to come up with a polite way to say it. I did not feel like it was that the job they did at the house, what I could see of it was well done. I did not think it was well done.
Okay, and what makes you say it was not well done?
Objection would call for speculation.
I mean, that is his opinion, it's overruled.
Well, I guess, maybe approach.
Mr. Elliott, I guess it's fair to say at the scene that you were frustrated with the police.
Yes,
So we know from the 911 call, and we know from the body cam that you went in Megan's room at some point. Is that right?
yes.
Did you know how badly she was injured?
When I initially went to go move into the room, I went with an idea to help Benjamin, who was rendering aid to Megan with the 911 caller on the phone. And as I moved in the room, I could see Megan's face. And she was gray and just, I thought that she was gone. And then I knew it was horrible, and I needed to go get my wife Kathy, because she's much better she's got, I don't know if she still has, but she had Red Cross certifications and was very experienced with life-saving stuff, and so I needed to get her in there. And I went in to get her in our bedroom on the other side of the house. I'm sorry, am I still answering your question, or?
You're good.
Okay.
Will you do me a favor,
Yes,
just
sir.
slow down, I apologize, just slow down for us, okay?
Yes, sir.
I'll ask you another question.
Okay.
Obviously, you haven't seen the body-worn camera video, but you would agree with me that your wife was a more calmer person at the time than you were.
Yes, I was extremely frustrated with the police. I didn't know what was going on, and honestly, I was probably angry and not as reasonable as she was. Yes.
At some point, you and your wife ended up in that little office that's right next to the front door.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yeah, where we had the computers. Yes.
And you're trying to get information about your daughter.
Yeah, they wouldn't tell us anything about. They wouldn't even tell us whether Megan was still alive. They wouldn't tell us anything. The ambulance EMS people weren't there. And then they were talking about. We could hear them talking on the radio about where the EMS was, and they wouldn't tell us anything that was going on. And then they had EMS people who came and I guess looked at Megan and then went immediately outside of the house and were talking in front of the house. And in the computer room, we could hear what the EMS people were saying. And so we moved close. I'm sorry?
Objection to narrative.
Oh,
You're fine.
I don't know what that means. I'm sorry.
You're okay.
You're
So,
fine.
if I may, you're gonna hear some objections every once in a while.
Okay.
It's just about a question. I'll handle those and just listen to our instructions.
Okay.
And the defense.
So after you were in the office next to the front door,
Okay.
I think it's clear the police wanted you to move out of that room. Is that right?
Yes, they moved us into the garage if I recall correctly, which, and then finally out of the house entirely.
And I believe it's your wife who said, can we go to the car? Because you couldn't be in the garage,
Yeah,
correct?
yeah, well, and so this is after, I wish I could remember more clearly. This was after, at some point, we were able to get dressed. And the police also, I remember this, while I was obviously upset, I did think that was odd that they let us get dressed in our bedrooms with the door closed without anyone there. And I don't know, but yeah, eventually we were outside in the car waiting in the driveway and still didn't know anything about whether Meghan was still alive or not.
Oh my gosh, how much does your heart break for this father?
Sorry. So that was the testimony of the dad while the prosecution was asking him questions. Good morning, case one. On the court report that the Oh, good. On a court report, the defense did not ask him any questions because they were already planning to call him as a witness. So we're gonna hear from him again later on. So after this, they still, like I said previously, the defense had the experts for sleepwalking, the experts and everything. But sadly, because it's what Court TV decides to show us, is what we get to see on this case. So we don't get to see that. So after this, the prosecution kind of rested. The defense did their opening of the case at this time because they deferred at the beginning of the trial. So the next video that we are gonna watch is the openings of the defense, which also shows us, and we see the judge in this case, which was very, very interesting because I really like this judge. We don't get to see him a lot because of, obviously, again, the way that this was done, but we still get a little bit of insight. So let's get played the opening statements in a way, and it is for the defense.
In order to understand what happened on September 29th, we need to go back a few days. You did not hear anything from the state's case about any context about this awful set of circumstances. So let's go back. What you're going to hear is on Monday, Ben and Meghan were sick from school. They did things that they normally would do together, and with their parents, they were a tight-knit group. They played video games, they sat around the house, watched TV. Other than that, no school. They were off for a few days. The day of, so September 28th, what the evidence is going to show, and what you've already seen, a lot of this evidence, is at some point Ben and his dad were playing video games from around 6 to 11 p.m. And from that moment on, then Ben was trying to go to sleep. He was probably going to go to school the next day. Still a little bit up in the air. So he does what a lot of us do, what a lot of 17-year-olds do. Starts laying in bed, messing with his phone, looking at YouTube, looking at Reddit. All things you know he's already told the police about that are corroborated with the forensic evidence. He's not trying to cover up his behavior, no matter how hard they try. And so what the evidence is going to show, that at some point, it's now 4 o'clock. Ben is checking his phone. I've got to get up soon. He's checking his phone. I've got to get up soon. This is a common thing that I think at some point all of us have done. We better get to sleep. Sometime around 4:17, Ben finally falls asleep. You're going to hear testimony that Ben can fall asleep very quickly. You're going to see empirical evidence that Ben can fall asleep very quickly, and that he enters into a dreamlike state. Now, you're going to hear from different experts. So let's get kind of the elephant in the room out of the way. Okay? Parasomnia. Is this just some made-up baloney as a really creative defense? The answer is absolutely not. And the state, which you're going to see from the evidence, the state's going to agree to that. You heard no testimony during their case in chief about this, but there's going to be no question parasomnias are real, and they are frightening. So this is the International Classification of Sleep Disorders. You're going to hear a lot about that. You're going to hear that from the state's expert, Dr. Pressman. He's going to talk about this. Okay? There is a litany of research to support parasomnias. Their own expert, this is not going to be a question in this case. So let's make sure we're clear. Their own expert, the government's own expert, will tell you parasomnias can happen and they can be lethal, that people do violent things in their sleep. And this is not a ruse. This is not some defense to get Ben off of a tragic, tragic set of circumstances. So these will become familiar to you. You're going to hear testimony. Nobody's going to dispute these things. Okay, this is just the literature from the ICSD. Okay? What you will hear is on these disorders of arousals, these in-REM related disorders, they don't happen hours into your sleep. They happen relatively quickly. They happen in slow wave sleep. So the amount of time before 4:17 a.m., let's just assume for argument's sake, Ben doesn't go to sleep till 4:18. Let's just assume that, and we're fine with that. Because that's plenty of time, according to the literature, according to the research, according to the data, for Ben to fall asleep and enter a parasomnia. And the reason that's possible, one, is it's scientifically possible, but two, it just makes sense. Ben's trying to go to sleep. He's got to get up soon. And you're going to hear how the further this goes on without sleep, it can exacerbate the circumstances. So, again, from the same manual, both state and defense will accept this as gospel, that during certain parasomnias, in extreme cases, victims have been stabbed with knives or hit with blunt objects. So why am I going over what this evidence is going to show? It's because there shouldn't be a doubt in your mind or skepticism. This is a real phenomenon because it's not us saying it. It's not me saying it. They're going to say it too. So the ultimate question is going to be, did it happen in this case? So, all right, this is another article you're going to see. This is Dr. Shank, one of the articles. This is from 2024. And this is going to be broken down, and you're going to see the merits of all the studies, of all the different cases where this type of incident has happened. Okay. Cases of homicide have been described since ancient history. Parasomnias are the most common sleep disorder responsible for violent sleep-related behaviors. This is all from the literature and from the different treatises that these experts will be talking to you about. Automatic behaviors. What can happen during a parasomnia? You will see, this is uncontroverted. This is not just Carrie's Mickey Mouse science or something I've created. Eating, having sex, driving, and aggression. You are not consciously aware during these events. No action is intentionally or knowingly made. Ladies and gentlemen, Ben was not intentionally and knowingly committing acts against his sister. While you're walking, you can manipulate items with your eyes wide open. Patients can ambulate through space. You are able to perform a wide range of complex and purposeful behaviors outside of bed, including murdering or attempted murder of another human being without fully waking up until it's too late. Again, this is not me saying this. This is what the literature is going to say. This is what their own experts are going to say. So the question is, Is it possible that this was Ben? All right, what part of sleeping when? Shortly after the onset of sleep, in REM slow wave. It can be within minutes of falling asleep. Now, you're going to hear there's a range. It's possible for different ranges. But the literature certainly accepts that within minutes of falling asleep. All right, how do you determine if it's an act of violence during a parasomnia? So, is it possible for someone to misuse a parasomnia and claim something as a defense when it's just a fabrication? Yes, it is. All right? My kids are pretty clever. They know the cases I work on. All right? When the dishes aren't done, Dad was a parasomnia. Right? Is there a history of cases where this is not appropriate? Absolutely, there are. Miss Hart and I aren't going to try to convince you of something that we don't wholeheartedly believe is absolutely true. So, how do you determine it? And this goes back to the articles and to the literature. There's a sleep diagnosis. Do they have a sleep disorder? It's a short duration. There's a lack of motive. This is not me saying this. This is what both experts are going to say. Proximity, and there's no attempt to cover it up. Does that sound familiar? And then there's amnesia dreamlike. All right, so let's just go through lack of motive. Because I want to focus on this for a second and what the evidence is going to show.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to argumentative.
What the evidence is going to show.
Let me finish. These are his opening statements. This is what the evidence, I suppose, is going to show, Mr. Rucker?
Thank you. Yes.
Okay, it's overruled. You may be seated. You may continue, sir.
What the evidence is going to show, what you've already seen, what the evidence is going to show, there's lack of motive. Let's talk about, opening statements aren't evidence. Fine. Do you recall another opening statement? Did the evidence show, will the evidence show, has the evidence shown that on the 911 call, Ben said, hello? Hello? My name's Benajmin Elliot. I just killed my sister? No. It did not. You've heard that 911 call. I've listened to it 100 times. Every time it's just as painful. But he doesn't say that. Why were you told that? Because that sounds really bad. The evidence does not show that Ben was whispering or that he said, hello, hello, my name is Benajmin Elliot. It's not true. Why were you told that? The other evidence you have not been shown is who has been, who is Meghan. Why have you not been shown those things? The evidence is going to show it's relevant to lack of motive. Benjamin's on the 911 call, as you're going to see, he's saying things like, oh my God, I thought it was a dream. No, she's breathing, please, please. The operator even has to tell Benjamin what you're going to see is, Benjamin, take a deep breath for me, please. And then at one point, she is breathing. I thought it was a dream. I stabbed her and then it wasn't. Now, we can Monday morning quarterback every single sentence that Benajmin Elliott uttered in this case. It's all pretty much the same thing. Not pretty much in he's whispering or he's saying, hello, hello, my name is Benajmin Elliott. No, if we're going to scrutinize Ben, we scrutinize everything that way. So these are all instances where Ben is screaming out, please, I don't want her to die. He has life-saving attempts, at least 10 minutes. You're going to see that from the evidence. He's trying to do CPR and how exhausting that is. So that's Ben, that's Meghan. That is the same Benajmin Elliott that is sitting right here. He is not a psychopath. He is not a sociopath. He is not crazy. So either he had some hidden motive and he was mad at his sister and he killed her in the middle of the night, which is not, it's not true. You're not going to find that anywhere. He loved his sister. The evidence is going to show Meghan was someone on the spectrum. Ben a little bit too, but Ben was the funny one. He was witty. Okay, you're going to hear from family and friends that say Ben's kind of a goofball. They're both kind of nerdy, but they're both sweet. When Ben walks with his sister and it's in the rain, you're going to hear from witnesses that say Ben's the kind of guy, he holds the umbrella for his twin sister. When they're at parties, when Meghan starts to recede because she's uncomfortable because there's too many people, that's part of her condition. She gets nervous, she retreats. You're going to hear Ben will stop what he's doing to go check on her, bring her back. That is who Ben Elliott is. So you're going to be left with a decision. The evidence is going to show that either Ben, he's one of two things. He's either a psychopath who kills for no reason, or he was having a parasomnia. And when you're looking at the evidence, keep in mind, it is not our burden to prove that he didn't intentionally knowingly commit this act. It's their burden. But Ms. Hart and I, we will take that challenge. Even though we don't legally have to, we will show you that Benajmin Elliott was having a parasomnia, that there's no chance, no motive, no reason for him to do this, that he suffers from this to this day. And at the end, we're going to ask that you find him not guilty.
Call your first witness.
All right, so that was 1 second. Give me 1 second. Sorry about that. Gardenbot had his music on. Because he got home. Gardenbot is home. So I'm very excited about that. So that was the openings, which was very interesting because, like, the way that he said, is the 911 call, it was a little bit more, it was completely different that the prosecution said, obviously, but it gives another tone to what happened. Obviously, it can be interpreted like, yeah, like you want to perceive. Pickle says, "Welcome home." Thank you very much. You brought me cake and a cup of tea. I'm so excited. A cupcake from Costco, of course. What else? Yeah, we had to have it because it's massive. Oh, you guys know. You've seen Costco. You know Costco. I'm just the one that keeps talking about Costco. So it was very interesting openings, and there is a lot of more information about the case from the defense. So next, so we've done that one. Sorry. Okay, sorry. Now we're gonna watch, which is actually gonna be a not lengthy, but a good amount of time. It's gonna be the Elizabeth Elliot, that is the sister to the twins Benajmin and Meghan Elliott. Meghan being the victim and Benajmin being our defendant. Sorry. Right. Can you guys hear me? Test 1 2 1 2 3. Can you guys hear me? Because Gardenbot just opened the AirPods and connected to my laptop without warning me. So please tell me you can hear me. Because otherwise I don't know. 1 second. Yeah, okay, right. Sorry, just had to check on a computer. You guys can hear me, which is fine. Sorry about that. I know, dang, it's that Gardenbot man. No, I'm joking. He just did it by accident. It's fine. So, like I was saying, we can hear you. Awesome. What we're gonna now listen is to the sister. Oh no, it's all right, Pickles. I appreciate you, girl. So what we're gonna hear is the sister of Benajmin and Meghan Elliott. Her name is Elizabeth. So she's gonna testify on behalf of the defense. Testifies that Benajmin was supportive of Meghan and had a history of sleepwalking. Let's watch. So share this tab instead. Hopefully the sound will follow. Put that back on and put...
Introduce yourself for the record.
My name is Elizabeth Elliott.
Okay. And Elizabeth, are you... Tell us who you are. Let me start there.
Yeah, I'm Meghan's sister, older sister.
Where are you right now? 'Cause we know you're on video, but where are you currently?
I'm at my home in Columbus, Georgia.
All right. Walk me through just growing up. You're from Houston?
I am.
And where did you go to school growing up?
In Houston, I went to, I think, Weber Elementary, but we moved to Georgia when I was 8 or 9. And I went to Unity then.
You moved to Georgia?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, there's a delay, so I'm talking over you. I'm sorry. When you moved to Georgia, how old was Meghan and Ben?
5 or 6.
Tell the jury about Meghan, a little bit about her personality.
She was beautiful. She was really outgoing when we were younger, but just kind of stopped me up when we were older. I think it's because she really liked the quiet. She really liked to read. She really loved animals. She wanted to have
Elizabeth, hold
fun.
on. I'm sorry. There's a little bit of feedback, so just go a little slower and a little. You can tone it down just a little bit.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I would say she was wonderful. She really liked animals. We were on scouts together. Like, she was quiet. She loved to draw. She was really into animation. Last time we checked in.
Okay. And were you close with her?
Yeah, we shared a room when we were younger. We were all 3 very close.
Okay. Tell me about Ben. Were you close with him?
Yeah.
What kind of brother was he?
I don't know if he's a brother. He was hilarious. They are both brilliant. He was sarcastic, funny, really into building things. We were all really into like being outside. Like, he was just a good brother.
Did you ever know Ben to have any violent tendencies towards Meghan?
No.
Did you know Meghan ever have any fear of her brother? He would do something?
No.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're fine. The biggest drama they had was like Ben being a know-it-all when they played video games. And I feel like that's pretty regular. Like, and she would always talk about it. Like, Meghan had no problem bringing things up. So.
All right. You're in Georgia right now. Are you in school?
I am.
And do you work?
I do.
Okay. I want to show you what I have is marked as Defendant's Exhibit 3. Okay?
Yeah.
Do you recognize the people in this picture?
Yeah.
Okay. Does this picture fairly and accurately represent you, Ben, and Meghan?
I mean, that's our first day of school years ago. So, I think so.
I'll offer Defendant's Exhibit 3.
No objection, Your Honor.
With no objection made, defense exhibit number 3 will be admitted into evidence and made public, sir.
Okay. Elizabeth, you mentioned Ben's way he treated Meghan. Did that get worse as they got older?
I mean, no, he didn't treat her badly at all. Like, I feel like we have pretty normal sibling drama. You know, it wasn't anything that I would categorize as like strange. Like, I wouldn't categorize Ben as violent at all. Like, he speaks very quietly, always has. Like I said, the only problem is that he's brilliant and knows it, and sometimes can be the only right one in the room. But that's pretty typical teenage things stuff.
Okay. Did you observe how Ben would act as like a protector to your sister whenever she had issues?
For sure.
Okay, let's start. Let me start here. What did Meghan have? Was she autistic?
Yeah.
Okay, tell the jury a little bit about that.
She was diagnosed when we were younger. It was always something we all kind of like knew. grew up with. She was really quiet. She had a hard time. She was so loving, but she had a really hard time making friends, especially when she got older, because there's not a lot of room for that kind of softness, I think, in public.
All right, slow down just a little. Slow down just a little. So she would have a hard time making friends.
Ma'am, this is Judge Lacayo in the 182nd. You're gonna have to slow down, okay? Just please slow down.
And what a sharp judge. Judge Lacayo is the judge presiding. Let's hear more from.
How would Ben react to her difficulty making friends?
He would just be quietly supportive of her. They have their own separate friends. They had a lot of combined friend groups. If people were ever unkind, he would shut it down.
Okay, what do you mean by shut it down?
The thing that blew my mind is when we were younger, we were at the school bus in Lucasville, and just these kids were just being unkind to her, and she was being quiet. And Benjamin got up and started crying, actually, and was like yelling at them and like telling them to like leave her alone. That was pretty cool.
All right. Did you ever notice or have an experience where Ben was sleepwalking?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell the jury about that. Around what age was that?
That would also be in Lucasville. So I guess it would have been like 10 or 11. Me and Megan were sharing a room. We had bunk beds, and we'd already been put to sleep. I was maybe like 13 or 14, and Megan woke me up because Ben was standing in the doorway, just kind of like silhouetted and just like staring, not moving, just kind of staring at us. And I woke up and we both called out to him multiple times, and he didn't move, he didn't react. So I got up and just like touched his shoulder, and his eyes were like they were barely open. And then we told him to go back to bed, and he just turned around and went to bed. And we laughed about it, and we told our parents the next morning, and Ben had no memory at all. And we all just laughed about it. It was just like a story that we just had in us.
Now you mentioned Ben's smart. Is he the type of guy who's gonna mastermind killing his sister and then come up with some kind of crazy defense?
Objection calls for speculation.
Please sustain. Go ahead and answer the question, please.
Did you ever talk to Ben about that sleepwalking incident?
A couple times in passing, but nothing ever serious. Like I never considered it anything that would point to a problem, any serious. I didn't even really link it with sleepwalking for real, you know. So we brought it up. It's just like as a story. And it's like my dad also has like a history of being a heavy sleeper and having full conversations and not remember.
Hold on. I'm just objecting to hearsay and
Non-responsive.
non-responsive to.
That'll be sustained. Ma'am, if you could do me a favor rather, and just answer the question, and also you can't say what anyone else said, so just listen to the question, and I think it'll go a lot smoother. Go ahead, Mr. Rucker.
Okay, thank you. Elizabeth, let's talk about.
We're going to pause this right here. You're going to hear more questions.
Sorry, just zooming through this little bit where Court TV talks through in the middle, so we're just gonna zoom through them and just pausing, going, seeing where they go, actually go back while they do talk a lot. Hang on. Oh. See, this is the trouble with doing this Court TV style. It's just because, there you go, we get back. There we go.
Fair? All right. Let me start with your dad.
Your Honor, really quickly before he asks a question, can we just approach?
Of course. I mean, everyone.
And of course, when they do actually get back, they go on a sidebar, really?
Annoying.
Elizabeth, let's start with your dad, okay? Did you ever experience moments where your dad was sleep talking when you were growing up?
Many times.
Okay. Tell us about that.
It was literally a running joke. Anytime you needed anything, just ask Dad before he got up all the way. Because he would respond and you could have whole conversations with him. And me personally, like, multiple times, like, just, and he would remember any of it.
Okay. And then was there also a moment where, who's Nana?
His mom. We called her grandma growing up, but that's what my cousins call her.
Okay. Tell the jury about a time when grandma was sleepwalking or sleep talking.
I remember her sleep talking. God, I couldn't have been. It was when I was younger, I couldn't be like 9, but I just went into her room one time to ask her about something, tell her dinner was ready from my aunt who used to make it, and she answered something about like Young Frankenstein, like the movie she was watching, and she said something totally random, and they went back to sleep, and I went out to tell the family, and they just laughed and said that was just her, and she just like came out like maybe an hour later. I was really young, I really remember it.
Did she remember the conversation you two were having when she came out about an hour later?
No.
Okay. And when you were talking to her, was she standing up? Was she sitting down? Where was she?
She was laying down. She kind of like propped up a little bit, but she was for the most part laying down.
Okay. So let's talk about Ben and Meghan. When, for instance, like if Ben and Meghan were going to school, did they ride the bus together?
Yeah.
How would they interact going to school?
They would talk. They would sit by each other on the bus. I'm sorry. What are you like? They were. Okay. I don't know. They were normal. They would hang out. Like.
Sure. Let me try to narrow the question. If they were walking together to school and it was raining, how would Ben treat Meghan?
I'm going to object to leading.
Please don't lead your witness. I don't know how else to ask that question.
Okay. You ever see Ben walk with Meghan in the rain?
Yeah.
Okay. Who would hold the umbrella?
Ben.
He was looking after her?
Yeah. He would always hold it like over her, like because he'd really honor it for him.
Pass the witness, Judge.
State, please.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Elizabeth. My name is Meghan Long, and I'm a prosecutor with the Harris County District Attorney's Office. I just have a few questions. I want to start with the time that the defendant walked to y'all's door. Did you say that he didn't respond to you guys? Is that correct?
Yeah, he didn't say anything.
Okay. And it took a while for y'all to get him to respond and to go back to his bed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he did not remember anything about it the next morning, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you said your grandmother had some sort of like sleep talk interaction thing with you, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And again, she had no memory of that either.
Yeah.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Oh, just real quick, Judge. Elizabeth, did anyone from the Harris County Sheriff's Office ever call you?
No.
Is it a mystery who you are in relation to Ben?
Shouldn't be.
I have another question, Judge.
State.
Elizabeth, would it surprise you to know that I actually did know who you were and about the prior sleepwalking with Benjamin? Would that surprise you?
Again, it shouldn't.
No. And is it fair to say that your parents are supportive of Benjamin and that he was sleepwalking? Is that correct?
I'm confused by the call.
Are your parents supporting Benjamin here today?
She thinks her parents.
Well, she knows the answer.
Are you asking me if they think that I'm sleepwalking?
Yes.
Yes.
Is it fair to say that your family is not supportive of our prosecution of your brother?
Is your prosecution that it was premeditated?
No. It's the prosecution that he wasn't asleep. Are you saying that, would it be fair to say that your family is not supportive of us prosecuting your brother?
I mean, I think my family is supportive of finding the truth and getting Ben help that's appropriate for what the truth is. And I believe that it is sleepwalking because we have a history, a family history that appears
That's not what I asked
Judge,
you.
I'm going to ask you to be allowed to finish the question.
It's unresponsive to my question.
It's responsive.
Hold on.
You can ask her about it.
Hold on. If she has an objection, the witness needs to stop. This is the problem with Zoom. So she had an objection, so she has to stop. Now your objection was non-responsive?
Non-responsive.
That'll be sustained to the non-responsive portion. Ask your next question, please.
Now, Elizabeth, are you a sleep expert?
No.
Okay, no further questions, Your Honor.
Defense, if you want to come back and ask a question to clear something up, that's fine, sir. I'm not stopping anyone, I'm just trying to get the objections correct.
Thank you, Judge. No, we're good. Last witness.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Right, so that was the testimony of the sister of the defendant and the sister of the victim, but oh my days, that got spicy. I am so sad that we did not get to see the whole thing of this trial, because otherwise it would have been a very good trial to watch. And it's just that spiciness, definitely. So that is crazy. So we're moving along very well with the trial. We just keep cracking on. We now have the father again back on the stand. So oh no, wait. Yes, yeah. Back on the sorry. I have the list of the order that I found, and I'm like, I got confused. No, it is the father now back on again on the stand again. And I think it's gonna recall the daughter face looking grey when he walked in to find Benjamin giving the sister CPR. So oh yeah, so ooh, bagel bites. Hey, case one, can I come? Like, I would love bagel bites. I never tried them, but I'm assuming it's like bagel bites, bagels. Yes, this trial is over already. So this trial was ongoing and was started and finished while I think we were watching Stacey Rodriguez case. I wanted to follow, but it wasn't streamed in the normal way. Like, you know, we get the feed, we stream the whole thing gavel to gavel and everything. This was just court TV style, so they show like snippets of it here and there, witness here or witness there, you know, a witness everywhere. I'm not gonna sing the song. So it's a very easygoing and a very good trial. So I've compiled all the videos and we are watching and making our decisions, and then gonna get your opinions on guilties, not guilties, and then see already, because we already have a verdict for the case. So I already know what it is, so I'm never gonna play. So yeah, that's what we're doing today, because our court is on a dark day because it's the end of Ramadan. So some courts are dark today, so we're not gonna have our trial. We're gonna have it tomorrow. So I decided that we could be doing this. Yeah, could do that. So oh, it's all right. It's okay, Zizzy. You can still give your opinion. Your opinions, even if you already watch and you already know the outcome, I still love you guys' opinion. I mean, it's absolutely fine. I see you. Well informed, my friend. And case one, I am coming over for the bagel bites, for sure. So like I was saying, next video, it is gonna be the dad gonna get recalled again, and it's gonna be a hard emotional video as well. So let me just set it up, the video, and do this. Now add, go back and
What was it you used to check?
I had been watching YouTube videos, and I pulled up my YouTube video watching history. It showed a 15-minute video that I had watched about 10 minutes of that I began at 49 minutes past 2. So I came to the conclusion I went to bed about 3.
All right. You went to bed around 3.
Yes.
What woke you up later that morning?
I thought I heard voices coming from inside the house that I didn't recognize.
Okay. What'd you do?
I got up, I put my bathrobe on, and I went to go find out what the noise was.
Okay. Where'd you go?
I went out of the bedroom and started approaching the hallway where the children's room was, because I could see light coming from one of the bedrooms.
Okay. And then what?
Then I went to, saw the light was coming from Megan's room. I looked into Megan's room and I saw Benjamin's feet and Megan's feet, and Benjamin was giving Megan chest compressions. The voice that I'd heard was the 911 operator coming through Benjamin's phone.
Okay. What did you do when you saw that?
I asked Benjamin what happened, and he told me he stabbed Megan.
Did he say anything else about it?
No.
Okay. Then what happened?
I started to go into the room. I thought maybe I could help, and I saw Megan's face, and she looked horrible. She was gray. It looked like she was in a lot of trouble, and I decided to go get Kathy instead, because Kathy has more experience with that, with life-saving stuff.
Okay. At some point, did law enforcement come to your door?
Yes.
What time was that? Well,
I have no idea.
Okay. Tell the jury about that. Did they knock? Did they?
No, they didn't. I don't remember clearly whether they knocked. I don't think they had to, because I heard as I was going back from our bedroom to the children's bedroom, I had to pass the front door, and I heard Benjamin's phone on the loudspeaker. I heard the 911 operator say the police were there, and so I turned to the front door instead and let them in.
When the police came in the door, what did you ask the police to do?
I asked them to help. I asked them to help Megan. Sorry.
At some point, your son was taken away in handcuffs?
Yes.
Did you then start talking to law enforcement at the scene?
After Benjamin was out of the house?
Yes, sir.
I talked briefly to law enforcement, yes.
Okay. When Benjamin was being let out, did you ask him anything about what had happened?
Yes, I asked him. They brought him past me as I was standing at that point at the front door with several police officers. And I asked Benjamin what happened.
What did he say?
He said it was a dream. And yeah.
When you interacted with the Harris County Sheriff's Office, how'd that go?
It did not go well. I wanted them to help, and I did not see them helping.
Mr. Elliott, in September, leading up to this event, did you notice anything different about Benjamin?
I don't think so.
Well, let me rephrase.
Okay.
This jury's or witnesses talk about Ben being silly, goofy, funny, loving his sister.
Yes.
Did any of that change?
No.
September 29th was coming up?
No, not at all.
Do you have any reason or know of any motive why Ben would hurt his sister?
No.
Objection, Judge, speculation.
If you know.
No, I don't.
After where did the police tell you to stay when they were looking through the house?
They moved us from several rooms. They put us initially they put me by the front door. When Kathy came out, they put us in the kitchen. Eventually they talked about having us go in the garage. Finally, they let me go into the bedroom to get dressed. And then they told us they wanted us out of the house.
Non-responsive.
Okay. You were put in just different places. You're
Yes.
around.
Yeah.
Were you getting any answers from the sheriff's office?
No, they would not tell us whether Meghan was alive. They wouldn't tell us what condition she was in, nothing.
Did that treatment of you continue for a while?
Objection, Judge, relevance.
Where's the relevancy?
Judge, the state in their opening statement said that they lawyered up and wouldn't talk to law enforcement. There's been insinuations that they're anti-prosecution. And this goes... You can answer the question.
Oh, what was it? I forgot what it was. I'm sorry.
Did the treatment where you were kept in the dark, did that continue?
Yes.
As the investigation was unfolding, did you feel the investigators were giving you information?
I actually never received any contact by investigators. It was the only contact we had were by the responding officers, and they weren't giving us any information.
After Benjamin was arrested, did law enforcement come ask you for, well, first of all, who's Dale Carroll?
He's a family friend of ours who was also an attorney.
What did he do that night?
He came to the house. Kathy called him, and he came to the house to represent us.
Now, you know the police got a search warrant?
I'm sorry?
Are you aware that the police got a search warrant?
No.
Either way, were any of these computers in this room, did anybody bother asking you for those or looking through those?
They didn't ask me, no.
At some point, did you go speak to the homicide detectives?
Yes. Kathy and I both went.
Okay. You were cooperative with them?
Yes.
What about, well, who have you talked to since 2021, October of 2021 from law enforcement?
We talked to the Harris County detectives initially after the event, and we talked to one person at the prosecutor's office initially, very close to after the event, and since then, nothing.
Okay. You said one person at the DA's office?
Yes.
Wasn't either one of these prosecutors?
It wasn't, no.
Okay. I thought it was a dream. I stabbed.
Alright, so that was the little bit of the testimony that we had from the dad again. It's like he was saying, and me and Zizi, we were like the dad might not have been in a courtroom, but the police has a job to do, and the police gets to a scene and sees someone on top of another person doing CPR, admitting that he stabbed her, Oh yeah, it's like I've got now case one, all the seasonings here already. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get them, because I think I have a few, but I need the rest. What I'm gonna do is I'll get like a little bit of them together, and then just do my own everything bagel seasoning, and I am gonna try to make them at home, and then try them because I've never tried them, I've never had, so that's what I'm gonna do. So could carry on talking about the trial. I understand that you might have not been happy with the police investigation, but they have a job to do, and they have to get in, assess, make sure everyone is okay, everyone is fine, and see if the victim still needs help, or if there is something that they can still do about it or not. So it's just obviously the parents were not happy with that. So now it's also a very short one. It's the friend. So we're gonna hear from this name I'm gonna butcher, I'm sorry. Anand Kumar Singh, is going to testify and recalls a slumber party where Benjamin was supposedly sleepwalking in the party, and Elliot said that he was dreaming about eating a donut and woke up to find a partially eaten donut in his hands. So, ooh, ham slice. So, oh, that's a nice idea. Can I add? Well, no, not really cheese. But yeah, I'm gonna write that down. So let's listen to the the partial French testimony that we have access to. Okay, so share this one, turn off this one, and then see where do they start. And this one was another one that did of Zoom. So
Megan's personality.
Shy, friendly, very kind-hearted.
What about Ben?
A bit less shy, but equally kind-hearted, and also usually tries to include Megan with whatever activities they were both at.
Okay. How would Ben treat Megan when you were interacting with those guys?
Ben would usually be the one encouraging Megan to come out of her shell, per se. There was hardly a moment where I spent time with Ben that Megan wasn't nearby.
Anon, there was an incident that happened shortly after this picture was taken. Is that correct?
The morning after, yes.
So let me back up a little bit. When obviously you know why we're here and why Ben is here, right?
Of course.
When you were given information that Ben was sleepwalking, what was your reaction?
I was shocked to hear the news at first, and then I immediately thought of the incident that you mentioned at that slumber party in April of 2016. So Benjamin Elliott, during our sleepovers, would sleep on the couch and let his sister sleep on a mattress on the floor next to my sister.
Okay, who determined who slept where?
Benjamin Elliott would usually be the first to volunteer himself for a couch, and it was just kind of tradition from then on out.
So he would let his sister take the mattress?
That is correct. And then we had a bunch of donuts for breakfast set on the stovetop. And when I woke up, was heading out of the room, Benjamin Elliott was already holding one in his hands. He was lying on the couch, his head on the armrest, facing my way, and he was eating a donut.
Okay. What was his demeanor like when you saw him at first?
Rather calm. He was just eating his donut.
Okay. What did you say to him?
Meghan Elliott and Elizabeth saying we're already awake at the time, so I simply wish everybody good morning.
Okay. And did that seem to startle or alert Mr. Elliott?
A little bit. He mostly looked baffled at the fact that he was holding a donut in his hand and that it was already partially eaten by him.
And what did Ben say about the donut?
Well, after I said good morning and he noticed the donut was in his hand, he said he had the weirdest dream. He was dreaming about eating a donut and that he just woke up and the donut was in his hands and he was already eating it.
So his present sense impression to you was he was startled that there was a donut on his chest.
Yeah, when he was holding the donut, there were crumbs on his chest. He wasn't usually the type to eat a donut or anything like that without a plate or on the couch. He would usually ask first.
Okay. What struck you about Ben's demeanor when he said that to you?
Just the sheer confusion on his face. Like, he genuinely seemed baffled as to how that happened.
And so to get that donut from where he was, tell the jury what he would have to have done to get it back to that couch.
Well, the donuts were not within his arm's reach. He would have had to have gotten up, walked over to the stovetop, opened the box, grabbed a donut, and then walked back to the couch where he was sleeping earlier.
Now, you did not witness Ben walking around or anything like that, right?
I did not. That was moments before I woke up, I can presume. Because he only took like 1 or 2 bites out of it.
Did Ben seem to have any idea where the donut had come from?
I'm sure he could have made the inference that it was from the donut box, but as far as he was aware, it just appeared in his hands.
Did you, when this case, Anam, first happened, did you immediately, this incident immediately come to mind to you?
Like, after the shock of hearing that Meghan Elliott was dead, that was immediately where my brain went to once I found out more details. Like, my brain just immediately thought, this is just like that donut incident at that slumber party we had.
Okay, and that's all that we get to see from the friend's testimony. So he testified for the fact that he did not see it with his own eyes, but he noticed that Ben woke up with a donut on his chest the next month. Yeah, it's like Garden Bot sometimes sleepwalks. But I don't know. There was an expert, and I think that's who we're gonna hear next, actually. Or hang on, where is it? Which one is next? Oh no, next is the mom. Next we're gonna hear mom testifying, and then is the expert. Sorry, yes. So we're gonna listen to mom first, and then there is an expert that testified on the sleepwalking thing. I know, Monday it's back to work thing. It's okay. It's like today's not like a normal proper trial day, which is like a more relaxing day, which is absolutely fine. And I understand you guys are working and doing your own thing, and it's absolutely fine. Not to worry. Tomorrow we'll be back normal in swing of things without trial, watching that, and then we're gonna have Lori Daybell, whatever her name is. So I'm just finding, where did I put the mom's trial, mom's testimony? Where did she go? That's the sleep expert. That's the friend. Where's the mom? Found the mom. Huh. Good thing that I found the mom. That she went missing there for a minute. So give me a second. Just setting it up. There we go. And now listen to mom, Cathy Elliott. She's the mom of the defendant of Benajmin Elliot and the victim, Meghan Elliott, and she sobbed a lot throughout her testimony, which is understandable. It's her kids. It's a little boy and girl. So she's just gonna testify about how the twins got along well, and she told the jury that there was no reason for Ben want to have Meghan be unalived. So let's just hear that.
As far as Ben's, the time he woke up for school, what time did he normally have to leave the house?
Usually left about 6:30. And then, oh, sorry.
That's fine. So he left at 6:30. What would his routine be?
He would set multiple alarms because he was hard to wake up. And so he would set the normal Apple alarm, and then he had a couple of backup alarms. And set one for like 5:30, one for 5:40, one for different times. And hit snooze and wait until the last minute, and then get up and get dressed and head out to the bus with Meghan.
Okay. So Ben, in his statement, said, I looked at my phone, it's getting close to time to leave. Would you say that's pretty accurate? 2 hours or so from time to leave.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's talk about Ben's room. I have kids. Their rooms aren't always very neat. What about how did Ben keep his room?
Mostly neat. He had some boxes in there from when we had moved that still hadn't been unpacked. But I think the room was smaller than all the stuff that he wanted to put in it.
Back to your
Just the garage.
Garage. Tell the jury about this.
That's a.
It's 29.
Yeah, that's the SCA weapons. It's actually an old one of those 3-tiered plastic shelves that we drilled holes into to be able to hold practice swords and rapiers and things like that.
And you heard testimony that Ben's room was messy and cluttered. Do you agree with that assessment?
It was when we got back to the house.
Okay, so if I show you State's Exhibit 41, 43, 45.
Yeah.
Did Ben's room look like this before the police went through it?
No.
And right here in State's 45, what is that?
Can you zoom in? I'm sorry, I can't see. It looks like it might be a practice sword. I'm not quite. Oh, no, that's the. Is that the BB gun? I'm sorry, it's a little blurry. Let's
see if I can find a better photo of it.
Sorry.
We'll try here.
Yeah, I think that's the BB gun.
Okay. Whose BB gun is that?
Well, Michael had it. Michael had bought it, and he was going to give it to Benjamin to use.
And did Ben ever shoot things like squirrels or birds or any animals with it?
I'm not sure if Ben ever shot it at all, actually.
Did Ben ever go hunting?
No.
What do you want to go hunting?
Not that I know of, no.
Again, and then State's 41. Is it fair to say when these photos were taken, the room was messier due to the search from the police?
Yeah.
I want to start with when the sheriff's office, with the patrol officers, first came to the scene that morning. What were you asking them to do?
Well, I was asking them what had happened.
And what did they tell you?
They wouldn't tell me anything. They didn't tell me what was going on with Meghan. They didn't. I didn't see Ben that morning. And I didn't go into Meghan's room. They were already there, and they wouldn't tell me anything.
At some point, did you ask to go in and see her?
Yes.
And what did they tell you?
No.
Did you ask them to take a picture?
Yes.
And what was their response to that?
No.
Did that type of treatment continue that morning?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Explain what you mean.
I didn't know anything about what was going on. I had woken up. I heard my husband yelling, and that woke me up. And there were police coming into the house, and they wouldn't tell me what was going on. Michael told me that Meghan had been stabbed. And I could hear CPR going on, but they wouldn't let me go to her. They moved us. Our house was, there was the main bedroom, and then the kitchen and living room, and then the kids' bedroom.
So let me break down the question and answer, because we'll get objections then.
Sorry.
Were you moved around to different places that morning?
Yeah.
Okay. Where all were you moved in the house?
We started off right when you walk out of our bedroom, right by the kitchen bar, and the police were standing right there and wouldn't let us go past. And then they moved us kind of into the kitchen itself. They moved us into the computer room, and we kept asking for, what's going on, what's going on. I had gone to get dressed. They had sent us to get dressed, and I was getting dressed while apparently Ben was let out, so I didn't see him leave, but my husband did. I didn't even see him go out. They put us in the computer room, and we couldn't tell what was going on. They shut the door, and I tried to open a window. I was here during the body cam stuff, and there was a noise on there. That was me with the mini blinds because all the computers were in the way. I was trying to get the window open because I could hear EMS talking on the other side of the window. Talking about my daughter.
Sorry. So when you're in the computer room, I think the jury's seen this picture, but there's a window open on one of the scene photos.
I opened it.
That was you that opened it?
Yeah.
Why did you do that?
Because I wanted to hear what was going on. They were talking about my kid. And I heard the word carotid, and they wouldn't tell us anything.
As the morning unfolded, did you remain in this information vacuum?
Yes. Yeah, eventually they moved us. They wanted to put us in the garage, but the garage was too crowded, and we had told them that there were knives in there, and they decided that wouldn't be a good idea to put us in there. And so they put us outside of the house, and we asked them if we could wait in the car because it was raining, and they said yes. And so we sat inside the car and watched. The paramedics came up after we were in the car, so we saw them arrive. We saw police all over the place. I mean, I got up at one point. We saw the paramedics leave, and I thought they had Meghan on a stretcher. I know now that it wasn't. It was probably just all their equipment and stuff. But I asked the police officer at the door where they were taking her, and could we go to the hospital and meet her? And they wouldn't tell us which hospital, which I now know why. But
so let me stop you there. As the morning kept going, you're not getting information. Do you try to contact a family friend?
Yeah, I called my friend Dale Carroll, who's a lawyer, and I called him up and I said, we need help. And he lives about 45 minutes away, and this was, I don't know what time, but he got there around 6:30.
So at 6:30, but had you still not received any information about your daughter?
No, nothing.
What about Ben?
Nothing.
All right, so mom relaying her experiences on the fateful day that her daughter died. We're going to squeeze it.
I don't know how long it was, but he came back and he told us that Meghan was gone. And he had verified that the police didn't need us on the scene anymore. We gave him a key to the house. He gave it to the police, and he took us to his place.
If the implication was that you or Michael told the cops, no, go get a warrant.
No.
Was that you?
No.
Was that Michael?
No.
Eventually, you did speak to Sheriff's Office, correct?
They called us and wanted to do an interview with us.
What type of information did you get from them?
Did I get from them?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing.
And then at some point you met with a prosecutor from the Harris County DA's office?
Yeah.
Do you know who that was?
Josh, and I don't know what his last name was. I just know Josh.
When you had that meeting, were you given much information?
No. I was told there was a victims advocacy fund that we could apply to if we wanted.
What year was that meeting?
That was still in 2021, as far as I recall. With Josh?
Since that last meeting, you would agree with me, it's been years.
Yes.
Since that last meeting, did anyone with the sheriff's office, DA's office, they try to contact you to get more information on this case?
No.
We saw from testimony that even as early as last week, law enforcement was trying to gather evidence on this case. Did anybody call you last week?
No. They've had 3.5 years. They never asked us anything else.
Now, the circumstances of your two kids, one being complainant, one being accused, may prove awkward for an agency, but don't you think they owe you the duty of talking to you about evidence in this case?
Objection to argumentative.
You can answer that.
Okay. Yes.
And would you have provided them all this evidence that they've been missing in this case?
Yes.
There was questions about, well, they didn't know which witnesses to call because they just didn't know. Did you see all that evidence about the phone that Ben gave them?
Yes.
And he gave them consent for that phone, right?
Yeah.
Over 38 gigabytes of data in Ben's phone?
Yes.
Of the people who testified here yesterday, was every single phone number in that phone?
Yes.
And Ben had emails in that phone?
Yes.
He had text messages in that phone?
Yes.
Did law enforcement ever, to your knowledge, contact anybody in Ben's phone?
No.
What about Megan's phone?
No.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted into evidence, State's Exhibit 35. And while you're looking at it, it's in evidence, but tell us, what are we looking at on that wall?
This is the hallway between Meghan and Benjamin's wall.
Now, I'm going to show you what I've got marked as Defense Exhibit 6. Is Defense Exhibit 6 just a zoom-in close-up of this photo on the wall?
Yes.
Or this piece of art?
Yes.
Okay. And you can see it more clearly on Defense Exhibit 6 because it's zoomed in.
Right.
Okay. At this time, Judge, I'm going to, sorry. And this is from your home, and these are a closer look at the crime scene photo, correct?
Yes.
I would offer Defense 6, Judge, I'm kidding, opposing counsel.
No objection, Your Honor.
With no objection made, defense number 6 will be admitted to evidence made published, sir, to leisure.
Okay, it's a little blurry, but tell me if I have this right. Of my friends, there is no other who can take the place of my dear brother.
That's what it says.
All right. How many square feet was your home? Do you remember?
About 1,700.
Okay. The area, the livable area near Ben, Megan, in your room, how much?
Like the living room area?
Yes, ma'am.
maybe as big as the jury box. It wasn't huge. I don't know the actual square footage.
At some point, you, Michael, the rest of the family tried to figure out why this could have happened. Fair to say?
Yes.
Do you know of any reason why your son would intentionally, knowingly cause the death of your daughter?
No.
I'll pass it to this judge.
All right, there it was. No reason that she could.
Right, so that was the bit of the mom's testimony that we were able to watch. She got a bit emotional about the daughter, but I don't know. I know it's a lot for the family, and the family it's trying to get over, trying to deal with it, with that analyzing that happened, but now they got thrown into the circumstances of having to deal with the prosecution of Benjamin. But it's just she was complaining that she was not able to see her daughter, but police is not gonna let you see it because they're trying to figure it out what happened, and they have to preserve the scene, because then if a law enforcement will let her in, contaminate every single evidence, then they would catch whoever did, and then they couldn't prosecute the person because all the evidence was contaminated and they couldn't do anything else. And they were still at that point trying to see if Meghan was alive or not, or if there was anything that they could do for her. So it's just people not understanding what it is the process, and then they complain about it, how the police force was, and trying to make them look bad is just unnecessary. But anyway, so now we get to the sleep expert. So there is however long of the testimony of the sleep expert that came, and then after that we're gonna get to the closings. So give me a moment to set up everything, and we'll listen to the sleep expert on his opinion on this case. Yes, I have. So let me add that.
Talking about proximity.
Correct.
So number 5 is no attempt to cover up. So what is your opinion about this case and whether or not Benjamin tried to cover up what had happened?
He definitely did not try to cover up. I heard the 911 phone call, and he admitted to this right away, recognizing that he had done this.
At any time did he tell you how many times he had stabbed his sister?
We didn't really go into discussion of how many times. What he said is he recalled stabbing and coming out of this dream, realizing he's stabbing and thinking maybe it's his sister, and he realized that he's just stabbed his sister. It was a single stabbing that he recalled. But yet, the evidence showed there were 2 thrusts of the knife, and he doesn't recall. His characterization was always a single thrust as he's coming out of this dream. And so he's amnestic to getting out of the bed, grabbing the knife, mobilizing over to by his sister, and then the first thrust, it's not part of his recollection.
So when you're in stage 3 sleep, slow wave sleep, are you dreaming?
As I pointed out earlier, there is some dream kind of content that's vague when someone's asked to describe what they recall. It's not vivid description like in a REM sleep. So there is some degree of dreaming, yes.
Number 6 is amnesia, and that's what we were just talking about. Do you have anything else to add to what you just said about amnesia or dreams?
Well, there's usually some level of amnesia. So, and usually it's complete or partial. So what's partial? amnesia of the actual event. So you can have pockets of memory that can be there from the event. That's not exclusionary. So usually there will be no memory, but there can be some memory of part of the event.
If you know, what does a person do when they realize something's happened but they have no memory of it?
Tradition would call for speculation.
He's an expert in neurology and sleep studies and sleep science, and I think he's qualified to answer that question.
So rule, you may answer.
So I want to make sure I understand the question. You said, what would be a normal response when someone has done a violent act without knowing that they did this and recognizing that they just did this?
Let me ask it differently.
Okay.
What is confabulation?
Confabulation is when you make up events to cover up, or someone's like malingering, or just they're trying to fake or get out of doing something.
Can confabulation be you trying to reconcile the situation you find yourself in with not remembering what happened?
Yeah, so we use medically confabulation typically like with alcoholics that can't remember, their memory goes bad, and so they'll fake and they'll make up things when you ask them questions, and they'll fill in the gaps by just making up things when asked.
So you're making up things based on what you find when you come to?
Well, yeah, it would fit.
Possibly?
Yes.
And then this slide is a summary of the 7 points we just went over. Is that correct?
Well, it's point number 7 that they break down. The episode may occur upon arising, typically in the first third of the night, and it may also occur when attempting to awaken the person. And this is sort of like just a review, but again, these are points that I wanted to individually address. So I do that, that there's no attempt to awaken him, or that we don't know of any attempts that anyone made to awaken him. But again, it's not exclusionary. It says may. Subject may be hard to awaken. Again, it's not exclusionary. We don't know that anyone, because that could be the trigger. But in his case, I think it's probably the sleep apnea that could be the trigger. And the subject may resume going back to sleep afterwards, being very sleepy. My understanding is that when he got into the police car or later, he fell asleep, but it wasn't right after the event. But then again, that's not exclusionary. They may. I think with all the emotion going on, he was highly vigilant, and he was clearly on point during the 911 call. I wanted to see, was he showing any evidence of confusion? He was in disbelief and overly, appropriately upset, but also on point to carry out exactly what the 911 operator was telling him, to the point where he's doing, CPR, keeping count. He's trying to do everything he can, and says, "Don't let her die. Don't let her." It was put tears in my eyes.
Okay, continue.
Immediately after regaining consciousness, the individual may experience confusion, which is what I just talked about, or horror. Well, in his case, he had, horror. But again, the quick resumption and not having lack of confusion, I have that other history from...
Non-responsive.
Question answer, please.
In regards to this slide, are we discussing E?
Yes, E.
Okay. And what is it that's important for the jury to know about E?
That there's a description of another parasomnic event when he was 13 with the donut, where he quickly reoriented. So that alone doesn't change. If I didn't have that quick orientation, but I had that parasomnia, it wouldn't change my conclusion, but it's one more piece of, he's already been witnessed to have a parasomnia and have a quick reorientation, which is not typical of what's described in the literature. Usually, not always, usually there can be a period of confusion, but I was able to feel more comfortable rectifying that by knowing that there was a previous event where he oriented, knew where he was in disbelief that he had gone up and ate this donut and what have you. So it's a repetitive set of events.
So after you found this article that was published in 2024, did your opinion that you gave in 2022 change at all?
No.
And what is your opinion about the events that occurred on September 29th of 2021?
That it was a perfect storm of circumstances. One thing we didn't elaborate on was his illness prior to this.
Objection to non-responsive.
What would his illness prior to this, how would that affect this event?
He had a respiratory illness with some congestion that could, if anything, make his sleep apnea worse. His sleep cycle was way off. You know, he was home from school. And then also the time of night being, you know, he was sleep deprived. You know, we don't have there was characterization of his behaviors earlier, so we can assume he was to some degree sleep deprived. Had proximity of a weapon or a knife, and sleep apnea as a trigger. Family history of having abnormalities of arousal and parasomnias, and him himself having had parasomnias, and that is the trigger. And then I felt that this is within reasonable medical certainty that it was a parasomnia that occurred that night, that there was no pre-planned intent, and it's so out of context. And medically I can explain this, and it's really unfortunate. My opinion.
At a certain point, it starts deviating.
Okay.
Just continue asking questions to get that opinion out, please.
And what's the rest of your opinion?
Well, that this was an event that was a parasomnia.
And then, oddly enough, you have a footnote in this article.
Yeah, so when I went through and looked at the articles that were referenced in this paper, actually there was an abstract of mine on parasomnia, as a different kind, on REM behavior disorder. That was one of the ones that came up on their literature search. But it didn't make the final cut because it didn't have enough detail that they were looking for in order to be inclusive, and it was just the abstract from a presentation at the American Academy of Sleep Medicine's annual meeting. But yeah, there were 2 cases of using a gun as part of a parasomnia. And we didn't talk about overlap disorder, just to show you how this field evolves. There's REM.
Objection to non-responsive and relevance.
So,
That's a standing question, please.
non-REM behavior disorder is completely different than
You mean REM behavior disorder?
REM behavior disorder.
Well, you say that different. No, I'm going to differ on that. Let me explain why.
Okay, well, no, it has nothing to do with this case.
I don't think it does.
Okay, then let's just leave it there. Okay. Can you tell the jury, again, from the polysomnographs that were done, how long did it take Benjamin to fall asleep in those polysomnographs?
Objection to asked and answered.
You said it again. Is there like, are you getting to another point where we need to hear it again?
Yes, Your Honor, but I'm happy to ask you different questions.
Okay. I just don't want to have the same questions.
There are 2 different sleep studies.
Correct.
One, it took him longer to fall asleep than in the other.
Correct.
And how long did it take him to fall asleep?
I think it was 7. You'd have to go back and look at it. I think.
Look at the slide.
Okay. So this was, which one was this? This is the second. Well, the second one was very short. The first one was longer. The first one was maybe 17 minutes, I think. The second one, he fell asleep within 2 minutes of being told to fall asleep. And then he went into slow wave sleep and 3 sleep within 9 minutes. So that would be 11 minutes after the beginning of the study when they say lights out.
After you completed your report in 2022 and prior to your testifying today, did you discuss this case with someone else who is a
Well,
expert in sleep medicine?
obviously, I have colleagues and I talk about certain ones, but I think I wanted to, there was a particular neurologist who's very familiar with parasomnias, and I think I asked you, I want you to get another opinion to see what you think, just don't take my word. And so I did.
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach this briefly?
What do you make of this testimony and this defense? Hit us up on social.
Oh, that was the sleep expert that said that he showed signs that he was sleep deprived, that parasomnias, so that he basically it could have been a sleepwalk issue. You know, not the incident. He did not say, well, we did not hear that per se, but give away the facts. So, what do you guys think so far? So, what we're gonna do is now we're gonna do closings. We've got the prosecution's closing, then we're gonna watch the defense closing, and then the rebuttal closing. So, oh wow, yeah. The thing is, some people do take long to fall asleep. Some people are very fast. Me, at like, it depends on how tired. If I really want a nap or anything, I can just be out, just be there, done, get a nap. But if my head is spinning around, or I'm having an anxiety attack, or if I haven't slept for a while and I'm like too wired, it will take me some time. So it depends really on your situation. So we've got so far Denise thinks not guilty. Okay, well, from what we've heard, there is that possibility, but I think the closings are gonna give us a good picture of what was the trial in itself, because we did not have the opportunity of listening it all. But now with the closings, we're gonna have a bit of explanation of what the case was and everything, and then we'll see. Yeah, so this, like, this is the closings, but they posted this while the jury was already deliberating. So we're gonna see the closings for the case, but the jury at the time that this was happening and the video came out, they were already deliberating. It's a whole confusion mess. So let's just, yeah. Okay. Alright, we'll see the closings. Oh yeah, Nightbot snores. Yeah, it is a bit complicated. I think the closings will give us a good of an insight. So let's just watch that. Oh, I need to add the thing to the screen first.
Dr. Pressman testified in the UK last May. That's their expert. They are married to him and his opinions. They are married to him and his findings. Did they ask him, did you say it's possible to fall into slow wave sleep within 5 to 6 minutes? They did not. We did, because we have the transcript. So, they have a dilemma. Either they knew he said that, and they knew he thinks in his own theories, based on his own research, that slow wave sleep can happen in 5 to 6 minutes, and they did not tell you that, or they did not know. I don't know which answer is worse. So I told you we would have empirical evidence. This is Ben's sleep study. The sleep study, by the way, that he said he wanted, but they never gave him. How did that conversation go too? Hey guys, I'm going to testify.
Sorry, hang on. I'm just saying that looks like the defense attorney. Hang on. Why are they saying, 1 second, give me 1 second. Sorry about this, guy. Because it says, okay, let's do this one first then. Because that, go, yeah, that's what, alright. Let's do this one instead. That is the state guy. Because I was kind of getting confused. I was like, that is the defense attorney, not the prosecutor. Sorry about this. So.
Ladies and gentlemen, what the judge just read to you is called a jury charge. It's actually the law that applies in this case. It's the law that's going to guide you during your deliberations. And the state, like the judge said, has the burden of proving this. From me, then you'll hear from the defense, and then you'll hear from Ms. Long. Because we have the burden of proof, the law says we go first and we go last. In a moment, we're going to talk about the law. But for a brief moment, let's take a breather. Last week was a long week. You heard a lot of testimony, up until Friday afternoon at 5 p.m. Look around. These are your fellow jurors. Each of you, individually, is from a different background, different occupation, different job, live in different places of our community. But the 14 of you together represent Harris County. The 14 of you will walk out of this room, and you don't walk into individual voting booths, vote guilty, or you vote not guilty, slip it into a ballot, and then walk right on out. No, your duty is to deliberate. And deliberations are gonna start with some of you maybe not recalling some testimony as well as some fellow jurors do. Not recalling some of the evidence as well as other jurors do. But that's why it's your duty to deliberate, talk, discuss. Remember what the evidence told you. Now, let's talk about the law. This is 8 pages long. Go to page 2. Because the only thing in question is whether or not he had the conscious objective or desire to commit the offense of murder. Because we all know that on September 29th, Benajmin Elliot walked into his sister's room with this very knife and he stabbed her in the neck twice. Everybody in this courtroom knows that. The question is, did he have the conscious objective or desire, the intent to commit murder? That's on the second page of the jury charge. The question is, did the state prove to you the elements of the offense beyond a reasonable doubt? You know what one word is nowhere, anywhere inside of this jury charge? Motive. Because in jury selection, we told you, our duty is to prove the elements of the offense to you beyond a reasonable doubt. And motive is not an element of the offense. And every one of you said, if the state proved to you the elements of the offense beyond a reasonable doubt, even without knowing the motive, you would render a guilty verdict. So when you guys go back there and you start talking and somebody brings up motive in the context of reasonable doubt, it is your duty to shut them down. We're talking about the elements of the offense. We all know what the defendant's conscious objective and desire was. He calls 911 and he says, I killed my sister. He says, I stabbed her. And he is whispering. You know how we know he was whispering? Because Michael Elliott, his own father, took that witness stand and said, it was the 911 operator's voice that woke him up, not Benjamin. It was the 911 operator's voice that led him to walk into that room, not Benjamin. And when he walked into that room, Meghan Elliott's laying in the bed and her face is gray. The 911 call tells you what his conscious objective desire was. That he knew he stabbed his sister and he knew she was dead. That's it. But let's talk about the scene, because when they walk him out of that house in handcuffs, the scene itself tells the story. The sheath of the the knife is on his bed. The knife is laying next to Meghan's head. He stabbed her in her jugular vein. You heard from Dr. Fadden. A stab wound like that is gonna spray blood across the room at the rate that the heart is pumping. Guess what we don't see anywhere in her room? Blood spatter. Except for 3 little drops that came from the knife after he ripped it out of her neck. There's no blood spraying in the room. You know why? The only thing soaked in blood is the pillow that he muffled her screams with. It wasn't her voice that woke her parents. No one heard her scream. Not a single person. That's the scene. Let's talk about his statement. In voir dire, we asked you guys, in jury selection, we asked you, why would we play the defendant's statement to you if we don't believe it to be true and it's self-serving? I'll tell you why. Now you get to know why. We wanted you to see Benajmin Elliott for who he was on that day. Not the 12-year-old that fell asleep eating a donut. No, Benajmin Elliott, at 17 years old, is sitting in this room with Deputy Munoz at the Harris County Sheriff's Office Homicide Division after just stabbing his sister twice in the neck. And he's casually sitting in a chair, and he's sipping water, and he's chatting it up about the SAT coming up on Saturday. Now, defense is going to argue, well, Deputy Munoz never told him that Meghan was dead. But we know why he perked up that day in that interview room. It's because of the knife. It's because of the fact that Deputy Munoz asked him about the knife. He got excited. He got giddy about the knife that he used to stab his sister. But that's actually not the order of the questions. They're going to argue that it's because Deputy Munoz didn't tell him that Meghan was dead. I don't want to argue with you guys about anything but the facts. Fact. Deputy Munoz asked the defendant, what do you remember last? And he says, I remember the feeling of stabbing something, and then I heard a gargle or a half scream. Those were his words. And then Deputy Munoz asked him, where was Meghan? And the reason why Deputy Munoz asked him, where's Meghan, isn't because he wasn't sure where Meghan was. He wanted to know, is Meghan laying down? Is Meghan sitting up? What was Meghan doing when you stabbed her in the neck and you heard the gargle and the scream? He says she was stabbed. Well, that's quite strange, but okay. Well, let me ask you this. That knife that you used to stab your sister, that you just described to us, that you used to stab your sister, was that your knife? And he says, I was enamored by it twice. The same knife that he just told us he used to stab his sister, he says in that interview, I was enamored by it. And then Deputy Munoz asked him, that phone, your phone that you used to call 911, you mind if we take a look at it and make sure we can confirm the 911 call? He says, yeah. Where's that phone? And he responds, at 17 years old, the crime scene. He told you it was a crime. He told you that. Those were his words. And then Deputy Munoz asked him to fill out the consent form. And we're going to publish this for you. This is State's Exhibit number 100. You see where it says...
This is one of those cases that's really anybody's case.
You see where it says passwords? And I told you guys he's intelligent, right? I told you guys that in the opening statement. You see where it says passwords? He writes out his password and he tells Deputy Munoz it's flash FLASHR0X. And then in parentheses, in case there's any question about it and you're not sure what he wrote, he says in alphanumeric. And then he gets to the other part of the consent form, the defects. And he asks Deputy Munoz, after stabbing his sister in the neck and being enamored by a knife, he gets to the device condition, and he asks, in the interviews and evidence, he asked Deputy Munoz, defects, device condition. The last time I used it, it was covered in blood. Do I put that here? No, Deputy Munoz says that's where you put the scratches. That's where you put the scratches. But you know that alphanumeric passcode, what's interesting about it is FLASHR0X is what he has to type in every time he unlocks his device. That tells you what his conscious objective or desire is. You heard Lieutenant Gray's testimony on that witness stand, okay? iPhone 6S, no Face ID. So every time he unlocks the phone, he's typing in FLASHR0X, or he's making sure he nails the fingerprint on the home button. Their own expert told you that would be highly unusual for somebody to be able to do while they're sleepwalking. Let's just talk about sleepwalking for a second. You know, and we had a lot of testimony about that on Friday. We did. Here's the issue with diagnosing Benajmin Elliott with anything, whether it's a sleep disorder, parasomnia, or it's a mental health issue. You would have to sit down and interview this man, and we all know he lies. You would have to believe every word that comes out of his mouth, and we know he lies. We know that because the data does not lie. At 11:57 p.m., he tells Deputy Munoz that he fell asleep at 2:33 a.m. At 11:57 p.m., that cell phone stays active until 4:17 a.m. He lied about what time he went to bed. And then in that window of time, he is unlocking the phone, FLASHR0X, or he's making sure he nails the fingerprint. And he's browsing YouTube, and he's browsing Reddit, and he's unplugging the device, and he's plugging it back in, and he's walking around his house and leaving his digital footprint all over that crime scene. And we know that he didn't go to bed that night. And you don't need a sleep expert to tell you that, because the alarm, the single most important piece of evidence in this case, at 4:28 p.m., the evening or afternoon before he stabs his sister in the neck, he sets an alarm. He told Deputy Munoz that he set his school alarm for 5:30 every day. He set an alarm at 4:28 p.m. the night before he stabs his sister. And at 4:01:02 a.m., he deactivates that alarm before it goes off. You don't need a sleep expert to tell you. When you deactivate an alarm, you don't plan on going back to bed. Especially not if you have to get up at 5:30 for school. The data does not lie. He does. So at 3:51 a.m., when he's done scrolling around Reddit, he gets on his phone, he types in FLASHR0X, or he just nails his fingerprint right on there, unlocks the device, goes to his timer and his stopwatch and his alarm application, and he deactivates that alarm, because we certainly don't want that waking anybody up. Same way we don't want Meghan's screams waking anybody up. And you know, we were talking about Amazon search history and survival kits and, you know, whether or not he deleted the searches. Look, it doesn't matter what he deleted. It's the fact that he's awake. He's going to his browser after he unlocks his phone, FLASHR0X, goes to his browsing and deletes them. He's awake. You don't need a sleep expert to tell you that. And you certainly don't need a sleep expert to tell you when he deactivates that alarm at 4:01 and he unplugs that device at 4:06, and at 4:08, he walks the exact distance there and back, and his phone records the steps he takes from his door to his sister's door to see if she's awake. He walks 9 feet in one direction and 9 feet back for a total of 18 feet at 4:08 a.m. He sets that phone down, and the reason why we don't see any activity on it after 4:17 is because he picks this up. And the last thing he remembers is a gargle or a half scream. The last thing he remembers is Meghan Elliott's last breath. She's the only person you didn't hear from in this court. She's the only one that didn't have a voice. But you know who does have a voice in this courtroom? The citizens of Harris County do. And when you walk out of this room,
Guys, sorry, I had to take the video down a little bit because you gave a little bit of away. So hopefully good thing that you guys are not watching the video per se in terms of looking into the screen. Because otherwise you would have seen a big very telling of something that is coming up. But I don't want to talk about that. I just want to go directly to the thing. On I've been standing in the back. Yeah, we all standing in the back. We don't know what's happening, do we? Yes, I have. So yeah. I mean, it's not spoiling anything, but it is kind of spoiling something. So let's hear the defense closing. Now this is, yeah.
Case, it now becomes your duty to render a verdict to determine whether or not the state of Texas proved their case to you beyond a reasonable doubt. This is the jury charge. You get to take it back in the jury room with you. This is the law as provided to you by the court. You are the facts of the evidence, and you get to determine whether or not the state proved their case beyond a reasonable doubt. Page 2 of the jury charge, and it's not numbered. I'm not sure why they don't number jury charges, but I've numbered mine. You have to decide if Mr. Elliott intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Meghan. It has to be his conscious objective, and he had to be aware of what he was doing for you to find him guilty of murder. And I submit to you that the state has not proven that. This charge also tells you that you can consider the previous relationship existing between the accused and the deceased. And that relationship was nothing but good. As the state has told you, there's no reason. Actually, what Mr. Katani said was, you don't have to know the reason or the motive, but it's hard to know a reason or a motive if there simply is not one. And in this case, there is not one. If you go on in the charge to page 5, the prosecution has the burden of proving the defendant guilty, and it must do so by providing each and every element of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt. And if it fails to do so, you must acquit the defendant. Not you may or you should, but you must acquit the defendant. So when you go back in the jury room, you have to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Elliott. I'm going to start by responding to something Mr. Katani showed you. They're really hung up on this alphanumeric passcode on his phone. That he had to enter in all these letters. But as you can see on this form, what he means by alphanumeric is he chose the words he wanted to have his password be, but his password is all numbers. It's not letters. He's not typing in letters. He's typing in the password. He's typing in these numbers, not those letters. Those letters equate to these numbers. This is his password to the phone. That's how he got into the phone. That or the thumbprint. The job of the assistant district attorney is to seek justice. That is their job. Have they done that in this case? It is not to get a conviction. But in this case, that is what they are trying to do, not seek justice. They have put forth claims, speculation about what happened that night. Oh, he must have been sleeping because he wasn't on his phone for 6 hours. And Mr. Rucker and I have disproven what they have tried to sell you. Their narrative of what happened. We don't have a burden. We don't have to put forth anything. But in this case, who is putting forth the evidence to show you what really happened? It is not the state of Texas. It is not them. Mr. Elliott got arrested or detained on September 29th of 2021 around 5 in the morning. They leave him sitting in a patrol car for hours. They drive him downtown to the Sheriff's Department Homicide Division on Lockwood, which probably took about an hour. And then they interviewed him. And Deputy Munoz told you before the interview, he listened to the 911 call. He knew that Mr. Elliott had admitted to stabbing his sister. He interviews him, he arrests him, he charges him with murder, and he takes him to jail. And as far as he's concerned, his job is done. He's got the person who committed the conduct who caused the death. End of story. The Harris County District Attorney's Office, the same. They would have you believe that this sleepwalking defense, they had no idea about it. I mean, Kathy Elliott, my client's mother, was asked, well, I mean, how would we know to investigate this sleepwalking if we didn't know it existed? But I submit to you that when my client was charged with murder on September 29th of 2021, they had a really good idea because he says he's dreaming. Dr. Simmons' report was dated May 30th of 2022. At that point, you would think they would know that the defense is sleepwalking. They get him indicted for murder on April 24th of 2023 before they ever get Dr. Pressman's report on May 6th of 2023. And why is that important? Because Dr. Pressman had Dr. Simmons' report prior to writing his report. Dr. Pressman is very proud to be an expert witness. That's what he does. He testifies in these cases. That's his job. Very, very, very proud of that. He had Dr. Simmons' report. He knew Dr. Simmons had seen Ben, my client. He knew Dr. Simmons had done not one, but 2 polysomnographs. He didn't ask for those reports. He didn't ask for the raw data. What did he review? What the state gave him to prove their narrative. The offense report, the 911 call, everything they wanted him to have to come down on their side. He says in his book, and he says on his website, if you're going to testify for the state, you should ask to speak to the defendant and anybody else that might have pertinent information. It's written in his book. It's written on his website. It's so important. You should make the request in writing, and you should get the rejection in writing. And does he do that in this case? Doesn't follow his own advice, and no, he does not. So he renders an opinion about whether or not my client was suffering from a parasomnia when this happened with half the evidence. Because he doesn't care what our evidence shows. Because he's going to come down on the side of the state. Let's talk about the parasomnias. I believe we can all agree that they're real. Both Dr. Pressman and Dr. Simmons agree to that. There are violent parasomnias. Thankfully, they don't occur very often. Dr. Simmons testified that they're all different. They're different from person to person. They're different from night to night. They are not all the same. They happen generally in slow wave sleep, which is the 3rd stage of sleep. But they can happen in stage 2. Generally, it takes a person 30, 20, 40 minutes to get in this stage of sleep, but not always. Their own expert testified in the United Kingdom in that case, but that defendant got to that state of sleep in 5 to 7 minutes. The state is really proud of this slide. because it's their position that this was not enough time for our client to be in that state of sleep. But Dr. Simmons' polysomnographs proves that he could have been. I submit to you that he was likely falling asleep before this, putting his phone down, picking it up, looking at the time, like Dr. Simmons described with the remote. Sometimes you fall asleep, you wake back up. So there was plenty of time for him to be asleep. Dr. Pressman testifies in cases where the parasomnia fits into his box. If it doesn't fit into his box, then he does not believe it was a parasomnia. He references his sleep study, a sleep article that he did from 2007, where there were only 32 subjects. And he agreed with me that there were 5 or 6 that did not fit in the box. These were Dr. Pressman's conclusions. This is how I wrote them down. If you remember them differently, I'm not going to argue about that, and you might remember them differently than I do. Dr. Pressman's position is that during a parasomnia, you would have no memory of the event. But the literature says otherwise. You can have pockets of memory, which does not mean that you're conscious. Because during a parasomnia, part of your brain is trying to stay asleep, part of your brain is trying to stay awake, and you're not in a wakeful state, you are not conscious of what's going on. But you can have some memory. Dr. Pressman testified about memories that my client had that there's absolutely no testimony of. He testified that, do you remember?
Carrie Hart delivering the close for the defense. We'll get a break. We'll get you back into the courtroom for
sheath, but there's zero testimony that my client has ever said that. He doesn't remember getting the knife out of the sheath. He doesn't remember getting out of bed. He doesn't remember going to Meghan Elliott's room. He doesn't remember stabbing her the first time. He doesn't come to until he's stabbed her the second time. They want you to believe that he went to her room to kill her. You could tell from his interview that he cannot see without his glasses. And when he goes to her room, he does not have his glasses on. Because he was sleepwalking, not because he went there to kill her. And again, the state and their narrative. They go to the house a week before trial. They're not contacting anyone who has information about parasomnias that my client has suffered previously. I mean, Kathy Elliott told you, she told Josh Rager, the first DA she ever spoke to, the only DA she ever spoke to, about Anon and what he had told them about Ben's parasomnias. They don't even bother to call and follow up on that. But he does not remember the events leading up to the second stab wound. Dr. Pressman believes he came to too fast. That you have evidence before you that Dr. Simmons thought was very important about that sleepwalking event with the donut because he reoriented quickly. And I submit to you that when you hear someone that you love struggling, you could come to pretty quickly. And again, no one was there. We don't really know how quickly he oriented, but what we do know is that when he did everything he could to save his sister. Dr. Pressman says there's no evidence of provocation. But again, we don't know that because we were not there and no one else was, and there's no one here to tell us. Dr. Simmons testified that the provocation could be as little as just touching someone to cause them to do this. And then Dr. Pressman commented about Meghan Elliott laying on her side. I don't know where he got that information. That's the first time I've ever heard that. Dr. Pressman is stuck back in 2007. As you heard, there are a lot of articles written about sleepwalking and parasomnias every year. Dr. Simmons looked at an article that was written last year, which is a lot more current than 2007. And that article was written by Shank, who is a sleep expert, who also wrote the chapter on parasomnias in the International Classification of Sleep Disorders, a well-respected individual. And these are the 6 things that they believe someone who's going to testify at trial in one of these cases should look at. Does the accused have a sleep diagnosis? In this case, Mr. Elliott has prior instances of sleepwalking, prior instances of disorders of arousal where he's wrapping the sheet around his head. He has family members who have sleep issues. Short duration. Definitely we believe it was a short duration, especially if you believe the state's timeline. We don't know how long it was, but it certainly was not a long duration. Lack of motive. The state does not have to prove motive to you, but you can look at a lack of motive to determine whether or not someone was suffering from a parasomnia, which in this case, Mr. Elliott was. Okay, proximity to the weapon and to the victim. Clearly, Ben was close to the weapon. It was right by his bed. As you've heard, the Elliott family, and as you've seen, they use knives a lot. It's not unusual for knives to be around. In fact, on Mr. Elliott's bedside table, or what was next to his bed, there were still 3 knives there. Knives are something they use all the time. Proximity to the victim. He was 9 feet, I believe, is what the state measured. And again, their measurements, they measured what was convenient for them. They measured from Mr. Elliott's room to the bathroom, and Mr. Elliott's room to his sister's room. They didn't bother measuring to the front door or to the kitchen or anywhere else to see if maybe that's where he might have gone. They only measured what fit their narrative, which is what they have done this entire case, is put forth what fits their narrative. And that's it. As we know from the testimony of Dr. Simmons, proximity is not, you can't exclude that it was a parasomnia based solely on that, as we know from the case of Mr. Parks. He got up, got dressed, got in his car, and drove to his in-laws' house. So it doesn't have to be, as Pressman would like it, to fit into a neat little box. These don't happen that way. No attempt to cover it up. I think the state said at some point, he was trying to cover it up because he was whispering to 911. But I would submit to you, if you're trying to cover something up, you're not calling 911. You're not begging for someone to help your sister. Amnesia or dreams. Mr. Elliott does have amnesia up until the second stab wound. Never does he say his sister is stabbed twice, because he simply does not remember. Dreams. It's not uncommon for people to wake up and not know what's going on and to remember it as a dream. And Dr. Simmons testified that in this stage of sleep, you can have dream-like quality, things that are like a dream, but they're not vivid like you would have in REM sleep. So you can have some little islands of memory while you're dreaming. It does not mean you're conscious. After looking at all of the evidence and deliberating, and the other thing I was going to tell you, a lot of jurors, when they get back in the jury room, want to see items. You're allowed to see anything that was admitted into evidence.
You're at 20 minutes.
Thank you, Judge. You're allowed to see anything that was admitted into evidence for your consideration. Those things you can get in the jury room. You can get the 911, the body cams, those sorts of things. But some things are not admissible under the law, so like you can't ask for the offense report. If you ask for a transcript of the trial, that would not be given to you. But you can see items of evidence. And I submit to you that in this case, the state has the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt, and they have not met that burden. I'm asking you to find my client not guilty.
Ladies and gentlemen, what the judge just read to you is called a jury.
Okay, so this next video is I think it is well, no, that's the prosecution, so never mind. There was a confusion. Never mind. So let's pretend that the jury is deliberating now, because obviously this trial has already happened. And let's pretend that they are deliberating, they are talking over the case, they are making votes, and guess what? A verdict has come in. I'm not gonna play the verdict music because it's not a proper trial we're following. It's not really recounting. So there is a verdict, guys. Quick! This must have been the quickest jury deliberation I ever seen. They took 2 minutes, almost 2 minutes, to deliberate on the case. Sorry, I don't know how long they actually took in real life. I would have to do a lot of investigation, but maybe we'll find out when I actually play the video. So there is a verdict on the case of Texas and Benajmin Elliott. Place your bets now. Well, I already know. Let's just watch the verdict. And there's a verdict. Let's very anxiously.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Michael Ayala.
And I'm Kelly.
See? Now we have the time. They deliberated for 5 hours, 4 minutes, and 37 seconds. Oh, talking about that, we've got to talk, guys. We've got to talk about this, about counters and everything. But we'll talk after we know the verdict and things are happen after this happened. So then we can talk. A very serious conversation.
My understanding is that y'all are correct. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please stand. In cause number 1741609, State of Texas versus Benajmin David Elliott, we, the jury, find the defendant Benajmin David Elliott guilty of murder as charged in the indictment, signed by the foreman of the jury, printed by the foreman of the jury. Is that your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Does any side want the jury to be polled?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you please poll the jury by number only?
I'm going to read your numbers. Can you please answer? Jury number 1, is this your verdict? Jury number 3, is this your verdict? Yes. Jury number 4?
Yes.
Jury number 7?
Yes.
Jury number 13?
Yes.
Number 16?
Yes.
Number 17?
Yes.
Number 21?
Yes.
Number 24?
Yes.
Number 27?
Yes.
Number 32?
Yes.
And number 33?
Yes.
Thank you.
You may be seated. So this concludes y'all's jury service. I'm going to handle punishment. I'll start tomorrow morning. And I'd like to thank you all, and I'll meet y'all in the hallway just to thank y'all again in a little more personal matter. With that said, y'all have a good night. Y'all be safe. Let me stand here with the jury.
All rise for the jury.
Did y'all want to talk to me?
Yes,
All right, so Benjamin David Elliott found guilty of murder, the highest count in the...
All right then, just like that, verdict was in. Those 5 hours just flew by of deliberation. I'm just checking if they did anything after they, because in the in Tennessee, oh my days, in Texas, you get the penalty phase almost straight away. So, but I don't think so. I think it was the next day. So we'll jump to that. So now, after he got found guilty of first degree unaliving of his sister, there is the penalty phase, which yeah, he did admit it, and there was a lot, like, well, some of the evidence that we were able to see, the phone that he was, I'm sorry, but like, if you are sleepwalking, you don't unlock your phone, go on Reddit, go on YouTube, do whatever you do on your phone. You just do weird stuff like poking. Yeah, exactly. He is gonna be in prison for. We'll see how long he's gonna be in prison, because we'll find out today and on the sentencing phase how long he got for this. But there were certain evidences that was presented, at least in what we were able to see, that yeah, of what have happened. Sorry, there was just an update on the Dingbell, Lori Daybell jury selection. So jury selections at 10:30, not in person. Jurors at 1:30. There's gonna be a motion hearing and will involve Nate News, now the Nate Newton guy, and then it's gonna be covered on the Fox 10 in Phoenix. We might cover that tomorrow. So we actually, yeah. So the Lori Daybell, it's starting to move along. I need to follow that yeah. So that's an update. So I don't think in Texas it is, Paula. I think he's facing 90 up to 99 years in jail, in prison. So yeah, the parents were for him. The parents were behind him all the time, even though he unalive his other. I mean, they were in a position that no parent should be, having to choose the two kids. So they like look like they were great parents and they tried the best, but something happened. Like like, I don't want to play video games because I play a lot of video games, but it depends on what kind of video games you also play. Is the fact that, like, there are certain video games that not everyone should be playing, if you know what I mean. And I know he was almost out of age of 18, but he wasn't there yet, and maybe the many years he probably was playing that game did not do. Yeah, the sister supported him as well. Yes, Paula. The sister was all the family was on his side, on Elliot's Ben's side. So it's just crazy. In terms of the video games, there is video games not everyone should be playing, either being overage or underage. But that's just my opinion. But anyway, so now on the sentencing phase, I do not know, because there is clips and then there is the whole thing. I don't know if in the whole thing we're gonna listen to the parents. What we're gonna do is we're gonna listen to the biggest video, and then if there's something that is not included there, we'll do it after. So yeah, he was trialed as an adult as well. Paula, he was tried as an adult. So we shall see what he gets. I know what he got. So let's see. I don't know if this includes everything, but we'll see if it does. So let me just find the starting point of this, and there. Why do they speak so fast? The playback speed is normal, so, which is weird. They speak way too fast, in my opinion, but that might be just me.
You're Ben's dad?
Yes.
I want to talk about some reactions Ben has had since his arrest in this case, okay? First of all, it was under my instruction, Ben not talk to you about what happened, correct?
Yes.
All right. With those instructions on Ben, how did it weigh on you and him and y'all's relationship?
It was extremely difficult and frustrating not to be able to talk about the events of that night.
Okay. How has it been for him, his reaction that you observed?
He has been frustrated, he's been angry, he's been incredibly sad, he's broken down literally on the floor screaming. Just, yeah, he is having an incredibly difficult time dealing with that.
The morning that you picked Ben up from jail, you remember around what time it was? What time of the year?
I don't remember what time it was. I mean, it was shortly after his arrest. So as far as time of day, it was early morning. So, but not the next morning. Now I don't remember how many days passed between the arrest and when they picked him up.
Okay. Tell the judge about the car ride home.
I met him, my wife and daughter, Elizabeth, were in the car waiting for us. I met him out in front of the building and brought him to the car. And during the drive, when I began to drive home, I was asking him questions and he wasn't answering them or answering them with only single sort of soft words. And I finally ended up pulling the car over and walking around him. And I put my hands on both sides of his face and looked in his eyes and I said, "Hi." And he seemed to kind of recognize me and then say hi back, and then he was able to talk a little more about how he was doing, and yeah, he is having difficulty.
Okay. The argument was made that your son has shown no remorse. How would you answer that argument?
That is stunningly untrue. That is, I don't think anyone in this room could disprove that in talking to him in 10 minutes, maybe 5.
Tell the judge your last memories of your daughter and what those were.
I remember that morning my wife and she had gone to get us kolaches at the restaurant. Megan liked to pick out kolaches for everybody and bring them home. She woke up earlier than most of us, and my wife also wakes up earlier, so they like to do that on Sundays. And that's what they had done. And I remember Ben and I playing a game. I remember Megan and Kat watching a television show, a cooking television show. Megan loved the cooking shows, especially the ones with kids in them. I remember that. Unless you make me, I don't want to talk about that night with Megan again.
Now, the court has a decision on punishment to make in this case. Tell the judge, knowing your daughter, how you think she would want this to play out.
She would want lenience. She would want compassion for Ben. She would want compassion for Ben. I don't want to reiterate what Martha said, but yeah, she would be very angry at this.
Well, let me ask you, how would you respond to the accusation that we don't know what goes beyond closed doors at your home?
I don't know. I would think that there would be, I mean, if you're talking about some of the really horrible things that go on behind closed doors, I would think that there's not just no evidence of that, but that the prosecution has enough evidence to say that that's not happening. I don't know where the accusations come from.
There's an object to narrative at this point.
Question answer, please.
Okay. If you mentioned that if the prosecution had evidence, what do you mean by that?
And I'm going to object as improper at this time, Judge.
Judge, this was raised in closing argument. It goes towards any guilt decision you're going to have to make is an allegation not only of the crime, but ancillary matters going on at the home. That was brought before the jury and it's on the record, it's before this court.
What I do know is that it was alluded to, but I saw no evidence of it, like zero evidence. So I don't know how deeper you want to go to, but that's not my. It's not in my thinking process because there is no evidence. We're a court of law. I mean, I'll be very frank. We're a court of law. I go by evidence. I saw no evidence, and I know the state, they're very good at finding evidence, so it's not in my factors, but you could ask one more question and move on because it's not in my thinking pattern.
Appreciate that, Judge. Mr. Elliott, from what you observed, based on all these investigators, all these efforts by the district attorney's office, what efforts were made to find out if things were troubling Meghan, between Meghan and Ben?
I don't know of any efforts, but I wasn't able to be here for a lot of the trial. I'm not sure what evidence was presented, but I don't know of any attempt to contact us anyway and find out. They had all of Meghan's phone. I would assume if there was a problem that there would be some reference to it in there.
I'll pass the witness. Sorry, one second.
My boss has a question for me.
Michael, I believe you brought this up in trial briefly, but you mentioned Ben had been sleeping with an alarm on his door.
Yes.
Tell the judge about that.
When we first got home, Benjamin has an alarm on his door that, at his insistence, that we ordered. It made him feel safe to have an alarm on his door that would wake him up if he was walking in his sleep and opened his door. It's an alarm that he sets with either a code or disarms with a code or uses a key fob. We have one key fob by his bedside table and another one mounted on the wall outside. So the idea is he sets the alarm, and then if he wakes up in the night and opens his door without disarming it, that the alarm will go off.
And whose idea was that?
That was Benjamin's idea. Before that, we were sleeping, I was actually sleeping in a chair with the back against the door of the bedroom that he and my wife and I were sharing.
Did Benjamin express fear to you about going to bed?
Yes.
Pass the witness, Judge.
Mr. Elliott, I don't want to belabor the point, but you were interviewed by the Harris County Sheriff's Homicide Division.
Yes.
And they did ask you for any direction or understanding of Benjamin's sleep disorders and mental health issues at that time.
Yes.
And they did ask you to provide them with any information that you knew.
That I knew at the time.
Correct.
Yes.
So like staying up and playing on his computer would have been something that you probably should have told them.
I mean, I don't see staying up and late and playing on a computer as unusual at all for a 16 or 17-year-old boy. I'm not sure what your experience is. It hasn't been mine.
Okay, but your experience has been that since Benjamin put an alarm on his door, he has or hasn't slept well.
It's not the alarm that does anything with his sleeping. The main thing has been the CPAP machine that has allowed him to sleep.
No further questions, Judge.
Defense. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
By the state as well?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, that's it for Dad. Mom's next. We'll get a break, get you back in. 89 years of prison. So let's argument here. Let's move on.
That he committed the murder. So you're asking the judge to...
hate when they talk in the middle of what I'm trying to do. Sorry, let me just find the position of when they go back. There you go. I think it's here.
And your husband speak, but tell the judge in your own words who Meghan was.
Meghan was amazing. Meghan had difficulty making friends sometimes. She was starting to come into her own and had several online friends that she felt more comfortable talking to than friends at school in real life. She was an artist, and her art helped her better express herself. She wrote poetry. She wrote lots of poetry, actually, about not feeling accepted by peers. And she was a loving sister, a beautiful daughter.
Okay. Tell the judge about Ben.
Ben is an amazing person. He is kind. He is helpful. He looks out for people. He, when we were leaving the courthouse the other day, we were upset, and he stops and helps my mother with her walker, get across the street in the midst of all of this. He cared for his sister very deeply.
Has he shown remorse over the death of his sister?
Yes, absolutely.
Tell the judge about that.
He has multiple times just broken down and cried on my shoulder, or he just... It's frustrating because we weren't allowed to talk about details of the case. But on the way home, Michael mentioned a little bit about how he stopped the car, and then the car ride on the way home, he just sat in the back seat and just over and I'm sorry. He's in the house. We've got pictures. We've got their graduation pictures that were taken that summer before their senior year. And he'll stop when he's walking down the hallway, and Meghan had a thing she did where she would boop your snoot. That's goofy, and he'll stop and boop her snoot and just say, I love you, and I'm sorry. And he has trouble sleeping at night. He's still scared to go to bed at night.
When assessing punishment, I look at many factors that help guide me. This is a wide range of punishment: 5 years, 99 years, or life.
So now I think here we go. I think this is the moment where we're gonna hear the sentencing for remarks from the judge, and then the full sentencing. So yeah, we'll see. I don't know what is that stupid boop or not. I don't know. Well, that was Meghan, the victim. Apparently, she used to do that. So that mom was talking about that. So I don't know.
I look at the criminal history of the defendant. I look at similar cases with fact patterns and what juries have decided, and there's none. I mean, we could all agree on that. And I've looked. I look at what the jury has told me, and defense, they did not agree with your defense. I'm sorry, they didn't. However, unsolicited, they told me to be lenient with Mr. Elliott. I will tell you that. And I've told y'all that when I spoke with them. I didn't ask, they tell me. I look at cases I've tried as a prosecutor and defense attorney, try to look at similarities to see what I think is just. I look at mitigation, and in this case, and there's mitigation. I mean, there's no criminal history. He seems to be portrayed as a nice person. I can't argue with that. I look at aggravated circumstances, the complaining witness. If she was young, she didn't deserve what happened. I look at how the defendant behaved on bond. I sit there and I've told everyone before, I see what people do, not what they say. And I just watch them and just to see what they're going to do. And he's behaved. We can't argue with that. I think about the victim. I have. I do. I will. I have. I think about the victim's family, which is also his family. I think about the defendant's age. I think about rehabilitation and punishment. And I think about what I think is just and what I can live with. Because the bottom line is I have to be able to live with whatever sentence I give. And I take that very seriously. Stand up, Mr. Elliott. Jury finding you guilty of the offense of murder. Your range of punishment is from 5 years to 99. I sentence you to 15 years in prison. At this time, you will go with the Sheriff's Department, where your sentence will be fulfilled in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. And you'll get the credit that you have received while out on bond. If you served any jail time, you'll receive that credit as well. Is there any legal reason why this court should not give you that punishment at this time? Any legal reason, Mr. Rucker?
No, Your Honor.
With that said, please go with the Sheriff's Department, where you fulfill their sentence in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice.
Oh, wow. Well, what am I kidding? I already knew. But yeah, 15 years for unaliving his sister. Wow. I mean, I already kind of knew it, but even when I heard, I was very surprised. Absolutely. The thing is, I hope so too, Paula, but I don't know if the prison is the best place to get mental help. I don't think either in the UK or in the US, prison is the best place, or do they have the resources, or willing to have the resources? I don't know. So it's just a bit crazy that he got found not guilty. He was facing up to 99 years, but yeah, 15 years. So he will be out. I don't know if you only can serve half of yours term and then get the rest on parole, or you have to serve the whole 15 years. So, but there's a possibility that if it is, he can go outside of jail prison in less than 7 years, because he's already been in there since 2021. So we are in 2025. 21, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's been 4 years. So he can serve literally 4, 5, 6, 7, 3 years and get out on that. So yeah, 15 years is all he got. Yes, Pickles. So yeah, so he won't get help the needs in prison, and he can literally get out in 3 years, because he already has time served, which is about 4 years. So with good behavior, in about 3 years he's out. So yeah, it hopefully, yeah, definitely. So. Oh, is it no probation in Red Room? Oh, okay, fair enough. So then it will get out in 15 years. Okay, fair enough. Well, not at least that, but at least that in a way. But so it's just, yeah, that's the thing. In 15 years, he was 17 when he did this, right? Let's count from the 17 plus 15. He's gonna be 32. Wow. He's gonna be my age that I am right now. He's gonna be my age that I am right now when he gets out of prison, and kinda can still enjoy his life. His sister has a whole life sentence to serve that she's not going to come back in 15 years. So at 32, he can still enjoy his life. He can still get married, have kids, have a life. He's going to be a felon for the rest of his life, yes, but he still can enjoy it. He can still be out in the streets. So I know that is the wildest thing, and that's what I'm saying, about video games and parents wanting to be their kid's best friend. It is what no, he's gonna go to state that state prison. I cannot say the other word because otherwise I will say the the wrong word. But I think he is gonna go to jail. So actually, let me have a look if I can find, um, without having Texas Department of Corrections inmate search. Um, so yeah, it's for prison is for convicts. So yeah, that's what I thought. But let me try to find, yeah. So let me. Okay, so last name Elliot, because at this time it should be already in prison. So Benjamin, see if he's already in prison. We can. Oh, hang on. Did I spell this correctly? Probably not. Yeah, no, I didn't. Definitely not. L-I-L-L. Oh, it's two L's. Oh, that's where I got it wrong. And two T's. Right, there's okay. Right. First letter of the first name. So, B. Hoo-hoo. Hang on, is it this one? No, it's not. Sorry. I was just looking at one. There is a Benjamin Lee Elliott in custody, but it is not the one because he's going out next year. So I don't think he is yet on in prison. Because I'm on the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, and you can do like an email search, and I'm trying to find him, but I can't find him. So what county was this one? Harris County. Let me see if he's still in county jail. County jail email search, but I want Texas. So let me have a look. Because sometimes they still stay in jail for a little bit while they're waiting. Um, last name Elliot. That's two, and then I need. Oh, come on, Ben. Oh, I don't even know how to spell Ben. It's 3 letters. Aha! I think I found him. Hang on. Booking date 24th of 2. Yes. 2003. That sounds like him. Unaliving. Yep. So he's still in jail. Actually, in the Harris County jail. So he hasn't been transported to his home. New home. So Google LARP. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna Google LARP. LARP. Oh. Live action. Oh, is it? Yeah, that's yeah. That I think maybe you would. Yeah, he's still in the Harris County jail, so he's still there. Bond denied because he's already been convicted. Yep. Yeah, he's still in jail, but we don't have any pictures of his mugshot. Not that we need anyway, but I was just being nosy and wanting to find out more information. But yeah, he's still in jail. He still hasn't been transported to prison. Probably, I think they assess them before they go to see what kind of institution they go, like a high security, medium security, isn't it correct? And stuff like that. But it's yeah, he's still not there. So now we kind of that's done. We've done with our mini trial, very mini trial. I like this kind of trials. We get verdicts and we get everything already, and we can just kind of move on in a way. So before we go off, or maybe try to find something else to do, depending on what you guys are wanting to do. I kind of need to talk to you. So in terms of having the counters backup, I found a solution to do the stopwatch, to do the counter for obviously the time for the verdict. That I'm able to do. I can do that with GardenBot's computer, because the probability of him being on a computer while we are on verdict watch are very low, and when we are, and if he needs the computer, I think he can be kind enough for us to be using his computer to be able to do the timer for the verdict only. But now for a counter, it is a bit more difficult because I have to use his computer, and he's doing his own YouTube channel now, and he does his own thing as well. When he gets home from work, I can't be using all the time his computer. This is until I get another computer or a better computer. That's in the process that I'm gonna get. So so what we oh yeah, they are, William. They're gonna punish, and he's gonna stay with this in his mind forever. So what sadly is gonna happen is, on the counters for now, we are gonna do it the old style, pen and paper. We can still count stuff, but me having on the screen, I can have it, but it will affect the quality of the stream. And you guys know how I am. I am a bit of a perfectionist, and I don't know that I can be okay in terms of having a counter up and the stream being lagging and not give you the best experience in terms of court watching as well. That I rather not have the counter and have a good stream possible for you guys to be able to enjoy court, than actually have a counter and then the computer struggles with everything, because I have to have so many stuff up at the moment that the computer has been struggling. So if I have the counter up, it will struggle. Verdict, I might even be able to do it myself on my computer if we are just doing the time for the verdict, because maximum that we're going to be doing is watching parole hearings or something else, and for that time we can survive, but not all the time, because I would hate to watch court and being lagging or having issues, and I would not like that. So I try to do to others what I would not like to be done to me. So I don't want to be giving you a lagging experience on court watching, but not mattering that I am working on a way to improve the quality of the stream. Obviously, that involves buying a whole new computer. A GardenBot has offered to help me out with that, in terms of looking like for the parts that I need to have a good setup, a good computer that will allow me to run a lot of heavy programs on. So, oh, yeah, it's like I get that, William. I appreciate you sharing that that with us. I really really appreciate you sharing something so personal with us. He's not gonna have a easiest time in prison, especially not just because of his weight, but because maybe of the personality that he has. He's gonna get pushed around, and it's gonna be, yeah, sadly he's gonna have a hard time, and hopefully we'll toughen up a little bit, I guess. So yeah, so that's where we are in terms of the counter. That's why we haven't put the counter back up for this new trial that we've been doing, the Lindestormer, and we're not gonna have until I have a new setup. So hopefully, things will be improved. Maybe in the next month or so, I will be able to improve the setup. We'll see how things go with YouTube, with my other work. I'm probably gonna pick up a couple extra shifts to be able to do that investment on the stream, because I would prefer doing rather early than sooner than later, because I want to be able to do the counters, to do stuff, to do different things on stream, because I don't want to be the only thing on screen. I want the counters and everything. That's why as of late we've got an overlay on it, this that I'm gonna show you, we got that overlay with the channel logo there, so we can have something else on screen, so we are not in trouble with YT, with YouTube. But I'm working on it. It's like I don't want you guys like think that all of a sudden I just stopped doing counters and we're not gonna do anymore. But I'm just trying to give you touch base of where we are with the situation of the counter. I still want to do it. I still have all the applications and everything to do it, but it's just a quality issue that we are facing right now, and I hope you guys understand. I know you guys will, but I don't want to have just stop altogether doing it. And yeah, of what we're doing, and it's our channel, and I like you guys to be included and knowing what's happening. But yeah, so this is where we are. It Cardenbot is having a fun time with his own thing. But yeah, so in terms of trial and in terms of stream, we are in an encounter because our trial is back tomorrow. Oh wow, but I was Tony Montana. Oh man, I'm glad. Like, thank you very much, William, for sharing that. It takes a lot for someone to share something so personal and everything. Exactly. You did your time, you learned your lesson, and now you can share your insight with us. And that is a lot appreciated. I really appreciate that because it gives us other outlook on things, and I really definitely appreciate that, William. I really appreciate you sharing, my friend. Yeah, exactly, definitely, indeed, and very well said. So retired, not bored. I'm very glad that you came through the other side, and now you joined us, the true crime world, and still watching from the better side. um, so like I was saying, we came like I wanted to watch the other trial, but it's already getting late. It's what? I my days. It's 1 p.m. in Florida, right? Hang on. Oh, my days, my timings. I'm already messing up. Oh my days, where's my cheat sheet? Yes, it's 1 p.m. in Florida. I know my time zones. Oh, I'm so happy you're here, William. The better side for sure. Yes. So the other trial, it is very short days, right? They've been on an average been in 4 hour short days. If this trial haven't had taken actually us 4 days, my thought was we could speed watch and catch up the literally 3 days that the trial has been going on. But the two conundrums that I'm on is I have some stuff that I need to do because I am hoping to release our merch, a merch for the channel either by the end of the week or in the beginning of the next week. It depends on when the samples get here and I can try them on and make sure they are good quality. I've got some orders to package because we started selling some stuff in the channel store, and I have some work that I need to get done. So what I was thinking was, if you guys don't mind, I'm gonna take the evening off. Well, evening for me, afternoon for most of you guys, and we would be back for a full day trial tomorrow when our trial is happening, and yeah, that is the plan. Is that okay? I don't know why, but I feel like I am letting you guys down if I'm not streaming like 500 hours, but that is my plan for the day. So yeah, okay, let's do that. We'll be back tomorrow. Just yes, there's always something available because it's and where do I get the link? Yes, I do have the link. Give me a second. Let me just think because I need to think out loud because I can't think. And let me grab the link for what's available. Right now, it's only the resin printers stuff available, but again, like I said, the rest of the stuff will be available soon enough. So let me grab the link for the store. Sorry, give me a second. Where do I get this? I think this is it. Yeah, I think that's it. That's it. So there you go. Yeah. Take off, boss lady. Yes, awesome. I know you voted early, but I just want, because there's new people coming in, and I just, me wanting to, yeah. So we'll do this. To be tomorrow, we'll be back at about 8:45 Eastern, because I think court starts at 9 o'clock. So I will set up the stream soon. The link in chat is for the store, what we have at the moment. More stuff is coming. I have lots of plans for stuff. But yeah, so we're gonna do this. We're gonna leave this stream here. I appreciate every single one of you. You guys are amazing. I appreciate that you guys support me. You take time out of your days to literally be here and just have me in the background talking like a crazy person. I do really appreciate for that, and I hope you all have a great afternoon, morning, evening, wherever you are, and I'll see you all tomorrow morning ready for court. Goodbye. Oh, that is not bad, Paula. $1.30 the post.
And I'm a real-time crime professional.